Hello, hello. Check, check. Oh, the fireworks are still going. How long do these keep going for? Because the event is over, but do they just let these run for like the whole next month or something? Until the 12th of September? Oh, sweet. That's awesome. I love the fireworks. I think they're so nice. Because of the rising? Oh, okay. So until the rising ends, basically. And Zara, hello, hello. Mozart, Lime, Ray, welcome everybody back to the stream. How are you all doing? It is, I was gonna say Thirsty Thursday, but I guess that's not quite the right vibe for this housing stream. You have bean water with milk this time. Ooh, okay. Yeah, my bean water is steeping in the other room, and I will go get that in a bit. Boop-a-doo. What was I having to do last time? Oh, yes. Floating a bunch of white rectangular partitions. Let's just do that while I'm chilling here for a bit while we're catching up. How's it going? Are you just waking up, Lime? Sounds like it. Yeah, you've been up for about an hour? Gotcha. So still very much kind of waking up, getting the grog churned away with some coffee. I am definitely in need of that myself too. I slept pretty late, so I'm definitely still warming back up. But nothing like having to get everything all prepared for stream to get the blood pumping a little bit and get things all situated. Oh, crap. Well, that doesn't usually happen. That's interesting. Prominence went off this week. Oh yeah, did you like it? Did you like the new changes and stuff? Is that what you mean? Oh, good. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked the set. Yeah, I was definitely having a great time with the set last night. And I was just so excited to finally be able to show everybody all the new stuff we've been working on. I've been, for the last, well, I mean, I've been planning a bunch of that, the concept for like a bunch of that stuff for, you know, like the last month or something. But then definitely, especially the last like well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I started really talking to some of my new staff and stuff, and as well as my old staff, you know, several weeks ago about like the idea that I had for all of that stuff, all the new changes. And we've had like a lot of talks, a lot of discussion of like what would and wouldn't work and how it might best work. And then we started building out, you know, what all the different things would be, what would they say, what would they be priced at, you know, how would we run them, could we run them, and a bunch of things got iterated a bunch of times. And especially like the last like maybe 48 hours before last night's opening, it was like go time. Pulled like, I think it was like 2 all-nighters pretty much, just getting all of the new macro texts, you know, written up. Big shout out to Tsukiko for staying up super late with me and helping me write a bunch of that stuff. And also, honestly, just like the staff, all the staff in general, because there was a bunch of group calls where we were just hashing through a bunch of that stuff for several hours. But man, I think it really paid off because last night was just so much fun. And I think some people, it was so cool to see everybody jump right in and get involved with all the new stuff. And I think, yeah, it was a good time. Yo, what's up, Alora? Welcome back to the stream. How are you? Zara with the hearts there. Zara, were you also at Prominence last night? Oh, and I'm glad to hear that, Lime. Yeah, we worked really, really hard to get everybody on the same page and practice and stuff. Doing a bunch of like, especially I think probably the most noticeable thing last night was obviously the All Eyes on Me. And yeah, that really went quite well, I think. Certainly in the little sort of impromptu debrief staff meeting we had after the night ended, I think we all really felt like that went about as good as we could possibly have hoped for. There's definitely some things that we're looking to tweak, like adjust a few things. We're going to there's a couple things that, you know, like on the back end, like not something you guys would have to worry about, but like just like in our coordination, there was like a few little things in the system that we're using to coordinate ourselves. There's a few things that like didn't quite work the way we expected them to. So we're like going to clean that up, maybe fix up the timings and some stuff a bit. But overall, I think that last night was definitely like an example of hard work paying off, you know, and a lot of people and myself, I mean, all sort of working together to make something different and hopefully something a bit special feeling. Yo, what's up, Liara? Welcome back to the stream. Hi, Kaya. Welcome back to the stream as well. And Zara, oh, you were there for an hour at the beginning? Cool. Did you enjoy it? What did you think of the new stuff as well? I was a bit curious too about how people felt on the frequency of some of that stuff happening. So like, a big thing was that we weren't quite sure like how often some of those things should be happening, especially the All Eyes on Me and stuff. So last night it ended up being that people were really excited about it. So it happened. We literally filled up all the slots that we had available for that. And I think it was happening roughly every 10 minutes, which actually was roughly what we had planned out, like as a maximum possibility. So I'm curious though, how did you guys feel about the frequency with which those were happening? You know, was that too much or was it just right, you know? And a big reason I ask here too is not to say that I think like for a bunch of these things, right, we want to add excitement and, the ability for people to create these little moments with their friends, and especially like, celebrate special occasions, or, if your friend did something really awesome, then, you want to make them feel really special for that night, you get to do that. And we really wanted to give people that was certainly my vision, is like, I wanted to have more reasons for people to be able to do things in the game, right? Because I know oftentimes you come to the clubs, and I think a lot of people end up kind of just loop dancing, and you're just listening to the music and kind of doing whatever else on the side. And so I wanted to try to figure out ways to get interactivity into the club itself in game, if possible. So it's not like a mandatory thing, but just if people wanted to, if people wanted to get more involved, if people wanted to have a few more things to do interactively in the game, then they would have that option. But I also don't want it to become overbearing, where it becomes, too distracting from the music, or it destroys the vibe or something of, that we worked so hard to curate at Prominence. So I definitely encourage and welcome feedback as we're, trying out these different things, to make sure that we can get them polished up and feeling just right, where, we definitely keep that music first, and the music and the vibe is first and foremost always paramount for us. And then these are all just supposed to be extras that, help you have an extra good time, make those extra special moments. But they should not detract from the main thing, which is the vibe and the music at Prominence. So yeah, Zara's saying yes. It's a lot of fun, and I did an Around the World challenge. Your second visit to Prominence. The first one was the pop-up show. It seemed like just the right for the time I was there. Okay, cool. So you felt like it was about properly spaced and kept things exciting, but not overbearing, maybe. And the Around the World challenge, did you have fun with that? So the Around the World challenge is a staple at Prominence. That's something that we've had since we first opened. But I know, Zara, since you just joined in the pop-up show, you weren't able to try that the other night because it was a pop-up show. I didn't have any of my usual staff, or I didn't have most of my usual staff there. So we weren't running that game that night. So I'm glad you got a chance to actually come to a real opening and try it out. I hope you had a lot of fun. And I hope it, I think I said it on the end of the pop-up show of like, come out to Prominence on Wednesday, because then you'll get the full experience. And that's what I meant, like that. Certainly the music was there for the pop-up show, but, having like all the regulars come in during the Wednesday opening, and then all the games and all the new stuff now, it's like, it's a little different, we've like worked so hard to try to make something special for our official openings, especially. And I hope that landed well. And Limes, I can't really comment because I was just on the stream, but I think if you have the energy from the room, it doesn't matter if some activities are repeated or more frequent. And then Kaya's saying, I thought it was fun, and people seemed excited about it, but maybe a bit less often for the All Eyes on Me. Okay, yeah, I did. Yeah, I know Kaya, I asked Aramore as well, and he was saying similarly, where he felt like he liked the All Eyes on Me, but just felt like they were happening maybe a bit too frequently. And I'll be honest, I kind of was feeling that a little bit myself too, where like it kind of, I don't know about you guys, but I felt like the night last night flew by like really fast. In the way of like, that time flies when you're having fun kind of thing. But I did feel like, I think because there was just so much happening last night, you know? And so there was so much happening last night that it felt kind of like, oh wow, there's another All Eyes on Me, or like, oh wow, there's another, like, you know, thing happening in the club. Oh wow, people are doing this other thing, and like it really flew on by. So I did also feel a little bit of the perception of like, this is happening, like that like comes up really fast, you know? I was surprised at how fast that 10-minute intervals roughly were popping up. So I am curious to figure out what's the right balance for the All Eyes on Me. And funnily enough too, so I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's not just the All Eyes on Me that we added. So we added All Eyes on Me, which is the, you know, you gather around somebody and everybody pops champagne on the count of 3 and goes crazy and just has like a little dance party around the person. And it's really just like supposed to create a fun moment where we get to really make someone feel like a VIP, make them feel extra special. But then we also added the flower deliveries, which is a much more subtle way to just send a flower to a special somebody with a message that can either be read aloud or in private. And we have 2 variations on that. So there's one where you send just a single flower, and then you have one where you send a bouquet of flowers and some chocolate. And it's just, again, that one's much less flashy, and that's really more just, hey, you know, like I have this friend, or I have this significant other, and I just want to send a little extra love their way, send them a cute little message. And yeah, nobody bought the flower bouquets last night, but I think it was because everybody was like so the All Eyes on Me was already a lot, and I think everybody was just like so into that and so absorbed in doing that stuff that I think the flower deliveries got a little bit overshadowed. But I thought I'd mention them here so that way you all know that for the next opening, if you did want to buy the flower deliveries, you could check that out. That was also available on the menu just underneath the All Eyes on Me. And those are available to everybody as well to purchase throughout the night. Okay, Kaya says, I agree with that. It did seem like it went super fast, probably because there was so much going on. Maybe doing it every 30 minutes might be better. Makes it a bit more special if it is a bit limited too. Yeah. Question, so do you think people would pay probably more for the All Eyes on Me, you know, if we kind of made it even more limited and extra special? Or yeah, I guess like to kind of double down on it being like a very much like a VIP experience, that one, if it was even a little bit more pricey and a bit less frequent, so that it feels like even more of a flex, basically. Because yeah, we do kind of want to make things like that, right? Like feel special. We want to make it feel like it's a bit of a flex. And, you know, when someone buys that for you, you're kind of like, oh, wow. Like, you know, oh my, you know, thank you so much for buying that for me. You know, it's not just like toss away money or something, you know? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. White rectangular partitions floated. Check again. Okay. Let's make sure we lock these in place, because those are a nightmare to float. Zara, the challenge was cool, but you didn't win. But it was fun, plus free try. Yeah, exactly. yeah, the challenge is definitely also something where it's like it's meant to be, you know, it's like a little bit of like a game of chance, right? So I mean, it shouldn't be too easy to win. But yeah, we give you a free try, and you're welcome to now. Zara, so you don't know this, but so previously everybody just got the one try a night, and that was just it. But now we've introduced the idea as of last night that everybody gets one free try on the house, and then if you want to try more, you can just pay 50K and then you have another attempt. So if people want to try more times, they are more than welcome to do so. But if they just want to try their free try, then yeah, free money potentially, so. And yeah, Kaya? Okay, cool, yeah. I'll have to talk with staff about that. Because definitely I feel like, you know, I wouldn't be beyond something like doubling the cost and then having the amount of instances of it happening, right? I think that could be maybe the compromise there is, yeah. And then I would hope that, so I mean, for future openings too, I'm definitely going to try to encourage people to also try out some of the other things that we added. So again, just giving a shout out to you all, because I know, you know, I think a lot of people here in the stream will be the regulars at Prominence too. But in addition to that, all eyes on me, right? There's the flower deliveries. And then also there's the roulette shot. So that one is you buy the shot and drink the drink that we give you. And then you do a roll, a slash random. And then based off of what your roll is, something will happen to you. And your bartender will be letting you know what that is. And it will change. So I'm not saying it will never be the same, but it most likely will not be the same very often, if ever, for you. And it's basically like some kind of a RP type effect, right? So for example, you know, maybe you take the drink and like you suddenly feel compelled to, you know, wander around the room sending dotes to the next 5 people that you see, right? Or you suddenly feel compelled to switch into your snazziest glam and do a little fashion show up on the little back wall there or something like that for the whole world to see. Or whatever the bartenders have cooked up for the night and put in their drinks. So that could be a fun little thing to create, just like a little fun storyline that you can play out with your friends, you know? And it'd be different for each person, obviously, based off their role. So, yeah, just kind of giving a shout out to those things, because we'd love to see people interacting with all the different things we've added. Okay, let's see. So where are we at with this? We need to... I'm gonna add TV. Add a TV, and then we want to build out this couch area, and and fix this little table. Maybe add a little entryway right with a little doorway, and then finish out the upstairs balcony area and the little room back here. Maybe for simplicity's sake, we even just can put a little futon or something up there, just to make it nice and simple. And what is everyone up to today? Like, what are y'all up to while you're watching the stream? I ask since I know often people are doing content of some sort, or building or creating creating their own stuff, or that kind of thing. I'm always curious. What y'all up to? Let's see, we'll go up here, and then there'll be the walkway. Gotta get over to there. Da-da-da. What would be... And these cushions. Okay, handrails. Oh. Kind of wonder. Maybe like... Could that be cool? This look a little thin, though. I think for little side rails, but let's see. What can we use? So I kind of like the idea of the couch being a little more filled out looking. So maybe floating some more cabinets from below to fill out the bottom of the couch here. And then we need something for maybe a little bit of armrests. Then put these cushions in to give it a little bit of like substance, I guess, to the couch, or the back of the couch. So we need a backboard. Let's see. Let's see, what do I have on my retainers to utilize for this? Doing the beast tribes, Kaya? Which beast tribes are you doing? Doing my dailies over on Primal, says Lime. Are you pretty diligent, Lime, about doing all of the dailies? Like, do you just go down the roulettes and stuff? Basically, is that what you mean by dailies? Nick's gathering on the island. You getting up there to rank 10? Are you getting close? Gathering on the island as well, says Zara. Yeah, have 3 workshops that need upgrading halfway through the supplies now. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, for the workshops, make sure, like to make sure as you're upgrading, make sure you get your 2 granaries and you get the logs, right? I think it's like you need the garnet and the logs of some sort, but like do make sure that in case anyone here hasn't been doing much on their island, but is starting to get to the like rank 6 to 8 range, definitely make sure that you're putting out your granaries each day and getting the logs and the garnet, because otherwise you're going to be gated by that, because you literally cannot gather those, I think, on your own. And that's like just a literal earth time once a day thing that comes in, so you'll gate yourself if you don't send those out for those particular supplies. And Brendan's saying took a break from crystalline conflict matches to play with the new Gale partitions a bit here. Hell yeah, dude! The new Gale partitions are so good. They're so good, and they're so accessible, which is really nice. Like, you just do a little bit of PvP and you can already buy a bunch of them. And that's like the biggest bummer about the latest housing stuff that we just got. So like the Gale partitions, I think, are probably the best thing, not just because of their flexibility and like how nice, like they offer so much possibility, but also they're really easy to get a hold of. You just do some PvP and boom, you got them. But then I think like the biggest disappointing thing, not the item, but the method, is the flagstone stuff. They are such good items. These are so nice. And these, again, also offer such amazing building potential, but they come from subs. and they're going to be stupid expensive. And the problem then is like that I think a lot of people will want a lot of these, because it's not like a, I don't know, like there's some items in the game, right, that they're really, really good, but you probably only ever need like one of them in a build or something, maybe two, but there's not really a reason that you need more than that. Like, okay, for example, the antique sink. Not saying that you can't use more than one, but you're probably not going to build like a whole ceiling of antique sinks, right? But you would build a whole ceiling or a whole build even made out of just the flagstone stuff. And that's going to be an absolute nightmare, I think, to acquire unless you're absolutely balling in money. So, a little bit sad about that. But, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I'd still rather us have the items than not have the items, right? But that is a bit like, oh man, you know? Oops. Let's see. I shop in my retainers too. Oh yeah, right, Liara? Like you gotta like remember what's in your, you know, what all your items are and stuff. You know, that would be something really nice. I do kind of wish that Square could somehow do like a little system in-game that pulls your cumulative like inventory of housing items for every possible thing that you have access to, right? Like it would be so nice to be able to see everything that's stored in a house. Because like, so the problem is you can do an item search, but it won't show you items that are inside the house inventory, right? It only shows it if it's in the retainer or if it's in your inventory. And that's kind of annoying. Like if you do this, right? Yeah, like the search, it doesn't show you what's in the literal inventory of the house. And it also doesn't show you if, like, for example, your FC house or your apartments or any of those other things, or even if you share an estate with someone, right? And I would really love to see the ability for us to have the search function here spit out a list that includes all of the houses that we are, you know, have accessible to us, housing-wise, right? That would be so useful. Let's see, Lime saying, yeah, and I swap servers most days. Oh, I see. Wait, so Lime, when you say you swap servers most days, does that mean you're saying you do your daily roulettes, but you just like hop to different, like one day you'll do your roulettes on Crystal, one day you'll do your roulettes on Primal, one day you'll do it somewhere else? Is that what you mean? Oh, who was that? I think we all know who that was. Welcome back to the house, Alara. I see you sneaking on in there. You're sitting on, and Liara's sitting outside with your pup. Then I'll be trying for the Twinkle Fleece. Ooh, is the Twinkle Fleece coming up soon? I was so disappointed. I know for the Island Sanctuary, there's one of those things where not all of the spawn, like some of the spawns are all listed now based off of their, you know, weather and blah, blah, blah. But then there's a few that have like a weird certain extra conditions. Like the weather has to change like while you're in the zone, or, you know, some other weird thing that affects whether it can spawn or not. And I know like the Twinkle Fleece criteria supposedly happened while I was there, but then it never spawned, and I was really bummed out about that. And I've never been on since when it was available. So a bit bummed that I missed my chance to get a Twinkle Fleece, because I'd really love to get one. Let's retrieve this one. Let's see, what else can we possibly use? I'm looking for stuff to make the couch or even make the upstairs area. Bar counter. Oh, I was wondering about using the bar counter potentially as the walkway for a up to the bedroom area up top. Bread racks. I don't know if we'd use the bread racks for anything. I think we do need to figure out something for. We need to figure out what can be the TV. That's what it was. I was blanking for a second there, but we probably just need a poster or something that we can flip backwards. Okay, you know, also I'm gonna retrieve this couch just because maybe just an actual couch would work for what we want to do. Let's go with this. Okay. Where is she? Ah, there she is. The Void Bound. And in the Emelian's top, I think? Oh yeah. Looks good on you, Laura. Rocking it up there. So I was thinking like maybe the bar counter could go could be used like here. And it could actually become the walkway that leads you to the room over here. Right? Because it's about the right width. If we do it like that. So I was thinking, yeah, let's try this, right? Like, let's try putting the bar counter here. Oh, and let's make sure it lines up with the steps. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, a little too far. Ah. Maybe right there? Let's use some wood slats to make sure this works okay. There we go. Ba, 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 ba. We can try that, I think. That could probably work. And let's see, let's move these away. And time to float this thing up. Where is the middle point though of this? Oh, right there, okay. The way the game gets targeting of some of these things is kind of real wonky. Okay, there we go. Oh damn, also, yeah, Liara, your island's almost ranked 10? Woohoo! Get that flying. Yes, you need 6 spruce logs and 9 garnet from your granaries for the upgrades. Yeah, exactly. Okay, I didn't know the totals, but yes, that's exactly what I was talking about. The like, if you're working on your island sanctuary, make sure that you send out your granaries to get yourself 6 spruce logs and 9 garnet. So that way you're not gated when it comes time to upgrade all your facilities. Congrats on getting your glams from the island, Liara. Sneaky Avara. I have to, you have to be... Oh, so that's what it is. You have to be off the island and then load in? Ah, damn it. Yeah, because I was in the island. Because I heard for the gator that you needed to be there when the weather changes. Just Yuki? Hey, Just Yuki. Welcome to the stream. I see first time chatter. Alligator was just up. Oh shit. Did you get it? Did you get the alligator when it was up? Nice. Congrats. The interior crocodile alligator. Four Lords poster. I think the Four Lords poster is a little too bright. I think we'd like to... I think I need... I'm gonna probably go with the black TV look. I kind of actually want to do the thing where you make the false wall and you put the fish tank like just in front of the TV to give it the little glass shine. Although that might be a little bit more complicated because you'd have to like build out this whole false wall here. But I do really like that look. I remember seeing like Ashen or Sint or someone do that, where it just has that little bit of reflection as you're walking around the room off this TV screen. It's a really nice little touch, I think. You can use a manor fireplace. That's true, yeah. Classic manor fireplace flipped backwards. Wonder how much those are here. Any idea how much the manor stuff is going for, Alora? Also, I need to go get my coffee from the other room, so I might need to go BRB in a moment here. Coffee important. Oh, you know what I can do? Doot doot. There we go. Makes it much easier to hit the... know what I'm doing here. Oh, actually, maybe not. Because I need to match this up to here. Is that right? Doo-doo-doo. Does that look... Camera, come on. That's pretty close. Just a touch upward. Just like a hair. I think I got it. First try. All right. Although actually, it probably needs to match up with that, huh? Oh, it's kind of weirdly thin. That walkway. I wonder if we need to do something about that. Like, oh, actually, what if the bar was like that? That could actually be kind of cool, because then it's like a built-in railing almost. I don't know. Maybe not. That's a little too thick. If you had it like this, and then put like some guardrails up here. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's think about this, because like that's actually kind of nice. It lines up like that. And you just need to like fill out the space below here. Or you could say it's meant to be a little slot where recessed lighting is that's shining down here. Although that's a little weird with the couch being tucked here. So, okay, let's start with the original idea here. I think this is a bit too thin looking though, right? That looks a little bit flimsy. Where did my these go? Right, so then there was the idea of like using then these to create the guard railings. Once again, let's use this to position this out. Oh, let me use that. There we go. So now we know. Okay, I think if we did... Oh, see, that's not quite the right look. It doesn't look quite right. It's gonna double it up, which I think would help. But the fact that there's no beam that connects it to the floor is really weird. Wait, is this not... Oh, it's not grit snuff, that's right. So, huh. You can put them down. Sorry, Laura. I know you like to respond in games. Sorry, so if I'm a little bit slow in responding to you, I'm usually looking at the Twitch chat. I got 2 mana fireplaces from the retainer. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, so you see what I mean? Where like, if this thing is like, there's the bar counter only goes out this far, and then there's this extra space with this gap. And I was thinking that the handrails could slot right in there and fill that out. But the problem is the handrails don't actually reach to the floor beneath here. So there would still be that kind of awkward space hanging out here, which I think will look pretty weird. Which could potentially be remedied by another bar counter going the other way to give it a bit of maybe thickness or something. But I don't know. It's not, yeah. This might be a case of having to rework this in a second here. Also, grr, let me grab the frickin' slats. Why is it so hard to grab the slats sometimes? Why is the targeting on that so wonky? Okay, here we go. Let's see what it feels like to walk up this. Okay, so this is not too bad, actually. I was thinking this might be a little too thin. It is really thin, and it might not actually make the most sense for when you're actually walking up here, but yeah, I think it needs to be a little bit farther out, if possible, just to make sure that people can actually walk here. I was gonna say, this is really not like a functional home, it's really just a concept / show home, so it doesn't actually need to work, but I do think maybe it would be nice to have it proportioned out a little bit better, where it does actually sort of work to walk up. Because we did want to actually put something in the bedroom. Although, in the sense of just it being a concept, I guess we could just build the room out, the room exterior and not really worry about what's inside. Because it's kind of, again, one of those things of, this is just a concept build, just like this kitchen, where it's not really meant for someone actually to functionally live in here. So, thank you very much, Laura. Okay, so yeah, here we go with the classic Manor fireplace TV. Widescreen, extra widescreen. Boom, there it is. Which I guess would be more over here to line up with the couch. And I think this would need to be dyed soot black? Is that just, it's just soot black, right? Yeah. And then wait, Alora, have you really not done anything on the island yet? Your gator didn't want to look at you? And yes, that's correct, Zara. We are on Bismarck right now. Yeah, that's why too, because like, so I'm Omnicrafter on Mateus, where I have my main. And so normally, yeah, I would just craft like a lot of this stuff, or it would be pretty cheap. But the reason that, yeah, it's kind of expensive and hard to do here is this is an alt. Whew, excuse me. Had a little tickle in my nose. But yeah, this is an alt, and I don't have this alt's crafting leveled. I just don't have. I haven't had the time to level them up. Even though I really need to make use of my road to 80, I really should make use of it. But like, I've just had so many other things I need to, you know, get done for the stream and everything. No time. But thankfully, Alora is, I think, Omni 90, and she's been very great at helping me grab some stuff. Okay, so what else do we need to do here? Do you happen to have a soot black on you, Alora? Just so I could dye the TV here? This other half of it? Yeah, I haven't gone. Like you said, you can't make your creatures fight there, so what's the point? Yeah. Fair enough. It's not for everybody. I mean, I guess, I feel like a lot of the housing people all kind of liked the idea of the island. I feel so. I think you, as a housing person, it felt like that you'd want to do the island. But I totally get it. Like, I totally get how that for some people they see the island, I'm sure, and they're kind of like, so it doesn't really connect with the rest of the game. And at least at the moment, I don't think there's any housing item. Well, there's a few that you can buy with island calories. But there's not a ton of stuff that like the island will do for you outside of the island, I think, other than glams and stuff. So do you need permission to dye furniture, or was that included when I gave you permission on the rest of the stuff? Hold on. Oh yeah, dyeing furniture, you got it. Beautiful. Thank you. We'll go over here. How wide should the TV be? Extra wide? These are so nice and easy to float. Easy peasy lemonade. Let's see here. Probably one more click higher. I think that looks about right. Maybe it's a touch high if you're on the couch. That couch is kind of low. Touch too high. Maybe right about there. Something like that? Yeah. Let's see. Here we go. Let's sit down for our favorite sitcom. Whoop. There we go. Buffy, what do you think about this show? Let's see. Kitchen. Da da da. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of cool that like with the little beam here, it actually, I mean, there would be a lot of argument to hide this, but in the case of like a tiny home, you could almost maybe make the argument that it's like some kind of a projector or something. Like a projector screen. Wait, what the hell is going on? Oh, I think I was messing with my camera a bit or something. There we go. Mounts, minions, 3 housing items. I'm saving for the bike mount. Oh yeah, the bike mount. Wait, what is the bike mount? Is it literally like a bicycle? I keep seeing people reference the bike mount, but is it like a motorcycle or is it like an actual bicycle? It's Farmville for the most part. Never played Farmville, admittedly, but I've heard people compare it to that, yeah. 24k calories though, holy shit, that's so much. It's like an old school Harley. Ooh, that's cool. In housing but don't like working. Yeah, it's basically a grind. I mean, which is not, I guess, unlike leveling crafters or something like that, right? Like, you could argue that you do your own different sort of grind, but like, yeah, it's definitely not for everybody. Like, totally understandable. Oh, I should probably remember to lock these in place. Boom. Let's see, how do we want to do this couch? The couch here, and I do really need to fix... I think there's a good argument to be made that you build like top to bottom. So maybe I should put the bed up in there. Let's just buy a futon. I don't want to get all complicated with this. I feel like this place is so small that it should just have a futon. Beds. Is this gonna be an absolute nightmare when it comes to floating? I think it is, huh? Like when I put this up there, it's gonna be sitting up there, and then every time I'm doing anything down here, it's just gonna keep popping down. Although maybe while I'm building, I can just shove it way up into the ceiling, and then it'll be fine, it'll be out of the way. Because of like the snap on this, right? It should be really crazy, I think. But it's okay. We'll make it work, you know? Oh, it's kind of cute. Look at that. Oh. Oh, no, I can't do that. I was going to say, that's a really cute cushion for a couch. You know? But then I don't think we can get it so low to the ground. But for anybody who's building a couch that's like floated up off the ground, that'd be like a really cute like cushion maybe? I don't know. I could see how you could build that into like a really nice little sofa. Can this die? Can this be died? I don't think so, right? I should have just done a search for this. Oh, it can be, wait. What happens when you dye it? Futon. Oh. Yeah. So like, see, like that would be kind of cute, I think. Yeah, I could see how that could be pretty cute. Whoa. Oh my god. Right. There we go. Okay, so we'll take this and then we'll lock this here. But then probably end up pushing it way the fuck up into the ceiling while I'm building other things. Just because otherwise it's just gonna be such a nightmare. Also, I'm gonna flip it around. Oop. Like, oh yeah, time to go to bed. Bam. Okay, so I think there's some rectangular partition. Actually, you know what would be kind of cool? Maybe is leaving it open. Like, I wonder if doing like this. So originally there was the reference image we had that used a verdant partition there, right? But I kind of like the idea of floating up some wood slats or something instead, and then leaving it like open, maybe? You know, this would be all opened up, right? So we'd float them all the way up, and we just have this really like the wood slats here. There you go. See there, and Laura's got it. Like, I think that's kind of cool, because then that would make the space feel bigger than it is, right? If you could see through it and it doesn't feel so closed off and boxy. What do you think? What are y'all thinking? You thinking, does that feel... Because originally, let me pull up that image we were looking at, right? Where was it? Oh shoot, is it from... Oh, hold on. Hold on. OBS Windows, you know. Crazy, crazy. Slats seem pretty nice. Yeah, I think so too. There we go. There it is. Okay. So this was the original reference image that we were working with from Pinterest. And you can, well, I guess you can't see it at the moment. Hold on. Let me go like that. There we go. Yeah, so right above the kitchen area, there was originally, there was like going to be a verdant partition there, which I do like how that brings a lot of greenery into the build. Perhaps we can still figure out how to bring more greenery into the build anyway. But I do like the idea of having the wood slats there maybe to keep it a bit more open feeling. Since again, it is already a tiny home, so you're already losing a lot of space just with the literal size of this place. So yeah, maybe we can run with the idea that it's the wood slats. I feel like there's got to be something else as a gutter here, but I don't know. Something about this doesn't feel quite right. Maybe it's... Maybe it's just that. It just needs to be kind of lined up with the wood here. And then when we dye, if we dye that loft a bit of a darker color so it feels very uniform. So right, if then this furnishing color, we dye this a much darker color. Yeah, I think that, you know, that starts to feel a little bit better. Or even lighter and go like really light wood. And then just to match the other ones here, right? Bone white, and then have the slats all bone white. That'll maybe make it really nice and white and bright. And then it just has the little gutter here, the trim. And then we'll just need to match it up over here. I think maybe we can push a loft over on the side here and just have another set of lofts that's just barely poking out here. I kind of think that might be the way to go. And then that will, the lofts will push all the way out to here. And they'll be a little bit overlapped. So we'll do... Will these stairs snap if I let go? Here. Let's try this. There. Wait, why are those looking... Are these... It's all bone white, right? Is it just the lighting? just the way the light is coming out of here, huh? Oh yeah, it's getting shadowed from the house light. If I turn this to 0, they'll all look the same. Oh, well, you can't see it. Oh, that's pretty nice and moody, though. Look at that. Looks like she's in jail, but that's fine. Let's see, so... Just over 10k calories. It'll be a while. Yeah. We'll give you calories. Yeah, I am so far from optimizing my workshop. I don't want to deal with all the spreadsheets and stuff. I know they probably make it very easy, and for some people, it's very like obvious or trivial. But yeah, I don't find it that easy. And also, I just don't care that much, to be honest. Like at the moment, I'm just I am doing my island sanctuary. I think I'm about to be rank 9, but I'm not like I gotta be, you know, I don't know. There's nothing I'm super hellbent on getting there super fast. Not that there's anything wrong with people who do want to do that, but just like personally, I'm not in a rush with Island Sanctuary. But it's pretty crazy how much optimization there can be there if you're really into it. What was I gonna do here? Okay, here. Try to disconnect the steps. Do I not have any more? I'm just gonna buy a bunch of bone white. Yep, and then I think, let's see, hopefully, will those stairs snap? Will it snap? Nope. Beautiful. Okay. And then we need wooden lofts. I think I need 2 of them probably next to each other. Damn it. These things. Why? Why do you do this? Whatever. Okay, hold on. We can do it this way. That's fine too. Okay, so like, what if we did like this? And then we go like this. Oh, right. They need to be the right height. Ah. Probably like just above the other ones. There we go. Okay. We can go here. Anything, go just like this. Should it be like that, probably? The last step up. Because that feels really weird. A step that's like a half step. I feel like it's less weird to have the last step being a little bit of an extra big step up. Like that. And then... I'm not sure if I really love this whole bone white with the little black trim thing. But it'll work. That'll do.
Je serai le président de tous les Français.
Gets out of the way. There we go. Okay, that looks actually not too bad. And I think, hopefully, that still lets you pretty much... Okay, your feet clip a little bit right there. But there's like a split second where your feet are in the wall a bit, but not a big deal. You pop pretty much right up on here. Ta-da! Hello! How you doing up here? Enjoying the view? From jail? I guess we'd need to cover up this little bit here too, huh? No, your twinkle fleece ran away. Ah! Oh, I'm sorry, Liara. Next time. Did you get it, Zara? I think we need the handrails here now, right? Now we can put the handrails in, actually, yeah. Oh, right, coffee. I keep forgetting to go get my coffee. I'm gonna go get my bean water. Give me a second here. Let me just, while I'm thinking about this, let me get this situated. Okay, there we go. Like this. Yeah, okay. So then we gotta go this right up to here. And second handrail. Boop, boop. Go right here with the slat. See how's that gonna look? Should we show a little bit of it? Yeah, maybe so. There, it looks like it's kind of built into it. Okay, I like that. There we go. Little handrail. You'll even dye it bone white, like everything else. It's gonna look. I'm probably gonna need to eventually redye this because maybe it looks a little bit too everything the same color. Looks a little bit like some kids like building Legos thing or something, you know. There'll be our rail though. I kind of want to push the stairs out a little bit, maybe. Just to have these flush with this edge. And then I'll maybe use dance poles or something to string like a little bit of a little gutter here so that you wouldn't fall off. Although, I don't know, I've seen a lot of architecture stuff where there are steps that are exposed and there is no rail. So this is not a kids-friendly home. But, I don't know. We'll see how that looks with the dance poles, potentially. Okay, first things first, though. Coffee, then coming back to float the wood slats and float the handrails here. And yeah, if anybody needs a coffee break, now's the time. Let's get that coffee. Bean water to the rescue. 1 sec, be right back. Oh shit. Yo, what's up, Amphi? Damn, Amphi. Been a bit gone from the housing streams, but popping on in here just to fucking flex. Getting you to VIP. Alright, Amphi, you got it. I got you. I will do that right now. It's what you do. It's what we do. You know? Ain't that the truth? Bada boom, if you refresh Amphi, you should see it. Congrats to you, Amphi. I need to, okay, I need to jot this down now that I'm thinking about it. So Amphi, I don't think you stream, so everybody ignore the part where this talks about streaming. But there we go. Shout out. It's in the history now of this VOD for this stream. Shout out to Amphi Enos redeeming that U to VIP big old flex, and now Amphi with that huge diamond next to their name. Joining Clip Shepherd as well as Kaya Duskwallow as our 3 current VIPs for this stream. So there you go. Thank you, Amphi. Being able to redeem that at all definitely is proof, though, that you are a longtime viewer. And I mean, Amphi, you and Alora here are 2 of the longest standing viewers here by far, I think. You guys, I mean, I think, were you guys on like that second stream? The first VODs, like for when I did the Aquascape, right? If I say the Aquascape streams, and if you know what I'm talking about, then you were here from the very beginning, and you are the OGs. Also, Angeline25 and Just Yuki. Both of you, thank you very much for those follows, and welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Angelines, how are you doing? Oh man, can I be slick here? And can I float all three of these at the same time? Oh wait, no, their jump height is really, really tiny, huh? I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it with a loft, am I? Like even if I get it like really low, I don't think it's gonna be able to jump them. Nope, just the table. Dang it! I'm gonna have to individually do these, I think, right? Housing friends, is there a way I can float all of these at the same time? I don't think so, right? I think I have to individually just float these up bit by bit, just like a rectangular partition. Yeah, that's okay. We're chatting though. As usual here in the stream, we're just chatting. We're just chatting and hanging. It's all good. It's all good. We'll get there when we get there. What just floated? Something else just floated. That was weird. Oh, it was. Oh, never mind. It was a trick of the light. Must have been the wind. Heck. Is that too much? Is that really too much? Wait, what's going on? Why? There we go. That'll work. That'll do, pig. Maybe? No? Is that really not working? Am I doing something really weird? What's going on? Okay, hold on. Let's start really low. Okay. There we go. Man, that's frustrating. Okay, we got it. We're in business, everybody. Unless I keep goofing it up. Right there. We'll get there when we get there. Thank you for always giving us high quality streams. Wow, I'm glad that you've stuck around all this time, Amphi. It's been quite a ride. Thank you for being here from the time that my streams were. Well, I like to think that content-wise, they have always been, hopefully at least interesting. I guess it must have been kind of interesting. You stuck around. But certainly, man, they some of them were pretty scuffed at the beginning. I think there's definitely still even room now for improvement, but man, they were very choppy at the beginning because my computer, I hadn't optimized stuff, and it's a little clunky. If anyone is curious too, by the way, to see these early streams I'm talking about, every stream except for unfortunately, the very first DJ stream and the very first housing stream that I did not record either of those because I didn't know how to set that up, and I was worried my computer wasn't going to even allow it to happen. So I didn't record those. But besides those two streams, or besides the very first housing stream, every other housing stream is on my YouTube. So, in case anyone here is interested in watching the whole catalog of every housing stream I've ever done, or just going back and picking through whichever ones you like, you can just go to the housing tour ones, or you can look at the walkthrough I did of my nightclubs. So for those of you who know Prominence and or Ichi nightclub, both the nightclubs that I built, a while back I did a stream where I walked through in depth both of those on one stream. I think it was like a three or 4 hour stream. And I really went like really deep into talking about not how I built it, like not the items and stuff, but the thinking behind all of it. So if that interests you at all, check that out. It's on the YouTube. Yeah, if anybody wants to go back to those very first housing streams and see what I'm talking about and hear me talking to Amphi and Alora as we're all just meeting each other, you could see that. You can hear that. You can relive. Amphi, Alora, we can relive our glory days. When I have like five people in the stream, 3 of which are my friends. Oh man, what a time. Let's see. Oh, what's up, Aramore, by the way? Sorry, y'all. For some reason, it's like putting everybody's name as red and orange, which is very confusing for my eyes. But what's up, Aramore? Welcome back to the stream. Are you not at PAX West yet? I thought I saw your status was that you're already at PAX West, but maybe that's like coming up tomorrow? Well, welcome back to the stream. Indeed, the new housing day is Thursday, or Monday and Thursday, right? So used to stream Monday and Wednesday, but now with the new prominence changes, it's Monday and Thursday. So tell your friends. Let everybody know. Let the people know. Handrails at tabletop. Are the handrails tabletop? Oh shit, you're right. Wow, okay. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Yes. So fucking easy. Beautiful. Okay. Oh shit. No. Oh crap. I see what just happened there. Dang it. I played myself. All right. Hold on. Give it a second. Give it a second. We'll fix this. We'll fix this. Well, actually, okay. You know what? I'm gonna float the wood loft first, and then I'll fix this part. Whatever. We'll fix it in a second here. I did see Yuki actually pointing out that, yeah, actually, if I floated these high enough, then I would be able to use the wood lofts to maybe float them the rest of the way. So maybe I'll do that. Okay, so let's go like this and nudge these off the ground. Panic. Don't panic, Alora. Nothing to panic. No reason to panic. Just keep sweeping. Don't question it. Just keep sweeping up there. Did I tell you to stop? Excuse me. Oh, whoa. Fluffy just like ascended. Fluffy was down here. And then just... Did anyone else just see that? Wait, my eyes did not deceive me, right? Fluffy was like right here for a second, I think, and then just like booped upward to there. I'm pretty sure? Am I going crazy? Maybe I am. I don't know. I'm always a little crazy. Oh, and thank you, Anthony. I'm glad my streams were. I'm glad you always thought my streams were good. Our glory days. It's true. The glory days are not past. They are merely. They only gets better from here, right? Tonight is raid night still. Gotcha, Aramore. Okay, important. That's very important. Yes, you cannot let the raid down, and then you go to PAX West and party it up. Is PAX West a party? It's like, I don't know. Like some conventions. Well, actually, okay. Who am I kidding? It's a convention. If you want to find a party at any convention, there's always a party somewhere. Even work conventions. You know? I don't know if that's been other people's experience, but like, I definitely feel like, actually, I mean, arguably, especially work conventions, right? You know, like time away from the kids and stuff for a lot of people, I guess. But it's like, you know, I just remember like going to, you know, some like medical, like, you know, it wasn't even like gamer conventions, right? Like things like for work, it'd be like a medical convention or something. And I was doing graphics, like brochures and stuff. And then just like the people were like, they're like, you know, all like doctors and stuff during the day with their doctory PhD-ness and, you know, these kinds of things. And then you go out to like, you know, with some coworkers to like one of the bars and you just see like all the doctors just like letting loose. It's just such an interesting vibe. You're like, oh my God, Dr. So-and-so? You know? He's like, yeah, what's up, dude? You're like, whoa, okay. Secrets revealed. I thought it was really funny. It was pretty great. Wait, oh, Square Enix won't be at PAX? Wait, so what is PAX West? Is PAX West, is it a tech conference? Or like, what is it exactly? Or what's the main theme, I guess? Not, I don't know if theme's the right word, but like... Oh, these chairs are gonna be a nightmare. Let's get these out of the way. What does even PAX West stand for? I've always heard the name, but I think there's a chance that Aramor, you did already tell me, but I'm blanking right now. So refresh my memory if you would, or anybody actually can chime into that, I suppose. Fluffy transcends all. Now you're in purple. Oh, you are in purple. Wait, how'd you do that? How did you change that, Laura? Wizard. Sorcery. You didn't see it? I guess we gotta go back and watch the VOD, right? PAX Australia usually ends up being a big party. Alright. Down under. Down under. I'm sorry, I don't mean to... Well, you know, I don't know. We all make fun of each other, right? You know, it's all good. It's all in good fun. When I went to Australia, it was also really cool. Super good time. Would love to go back one day. Australia and New Zealand, both really, really cool. And there's a Voodoo Ranger sponsored after party. Voodoo Ranger, that's a hell of a name. On Saturday, I'm gonna go to stoked to hear some DJs mix IRL after so much Twitch. Hell yeah, that's right. Real life partying with real people in a real room. Are you kidding me? What is that? Why would you do that? There's like, they're gonna be like sweaty and stuff, and like you gotta like buy overpriced drinks, you know? Why not, instead you can just buy, well, yeah, use our Monopoly money and buy drinks in game and drink your cheap booze or whatever you buy in bulk to save monies. I don't know, that's what I do. You know, can jump to like a bunch of DJs in the same night. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think our nightclubs here in 14 are the future. For in a lot of ways. Just saying. That being said, no, there's nothing. It is definitely not a replacement for real life concerts and music. I mean, I think those of you who do know me know that I come from the IRL clubbing scene, and I'm a huge clubber / raver and all that stuff. So I definitely still very, very much have a lot of love for real life concerts and real life clubs and that kind of thing. Although admittedly they are really they don't all have to be really pricey, but it does add up quick, you know, buying real life drinks and tickets to stuff. It adds up very quickly. So that part I'm not so crazy about, but certainly I do just have a deep love for that, for all the music and everything. This is very hard to parse out. Doctors probably know some weird ways to party. It's true, you can like IV each other or something, but nah, that didn't happen. It was, if anything, it's just kind of like, it's a chance for everybody to set loose, right? Video Game Expo, isn't it? Is a PAX West? Penny Arcade Expo. So it's mostly video games, board games, and tabletop RPGs. Interesting. I had no idea that stood like that. That's interesting. I gotta say, whatever I would have guessed for what PAX West stood for, it's definitely not Penny Arcade Expo. That's so cool though, all the people demoing their new games and stuff. With Magic the Gathering, if we're talking about games. I don't know though. I don't know if with like Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, Duel Masters, all that stuff, does that count? Is that the kind of thing that would be at PAX West at all? I don't think so, right? That's not really like a board game or like tabletop games. That's more like trading card games, which I think is very much its own expo, if anything. It's a pretty good partying in my PJs. That's true. Yo, yeah, right? So you can be like, that's the nice thing too, right? It's like clubbing in 14, right? You can literally club like all day and all night, and even just get, you know, plastered drunk if you so feel like, and then you just roll into bed. You know? No need to like Uber home and have to worry about surge pricing or any of that kind of stuff. You just like party till you drop, or like literally until you're ready to hit the hay, and you walk like 2 feet over and jump in your bed. Bada boom, easy. No drinking and driving necessary. Or rather, no worry about drinking and driving. Or having a, you know, DD and all that blah 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 blah. Just like, yeah. Although part of that is also like, oh, so nice partying in some other countries where the public transit is like really, really nice. Like in Tokyo or something, where they have their incredible public transportation system, and you can just like party and then just jump on a subway and go back home. Or in the case of like, I think a lot of cities where that is the case, sometimes it does close down in the really middle of the night, but that just means all the nightlife starts really late. So then you start the party like, you know, only like a couple hours before the subways close down, and you just party all night long until they open back up again. You go back home. It's amazing. But again, there is some bits of that like IRL partying. It's good and bad. I think that's the thing. It's really cool that why not both? ¿Por qué no los dos? What's up, Kara? Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Bob Ross of Housing. Just a happy little accident here. What is up indeed? We are building a tiny home. I don't know if you were here on the earlier stream on Monday, but yeah, we are working on a tiny home, and well, more importantly, I'm working on just floating these wood slats, which is nightmarishly slow. But it is what it is, you know? Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And then maybe we'll just paint these wood slats a little bit of titanium white. Just paint a happy little tree right here. Yeah, just brush a little green in here. Not overdo it, don't overthink it. We just like those happy little accidents. Pity we don't have titanium white dye in here. Good old Bob Ross, what a guy, you know? Absolute fucking legend. I wonder what it's like to hang out with Bob Ross. You know, you ever have those celebrities where like, there's some celebrities where you know exactly, or like you feel like you know exactly what you're getting into when if you were to hang out with them, you know? And then there's like some celebrities where if I stop for a moment and I think like, what would that actually be like to hang out with them? Like Bob Ross seems like a super genuinely nice dude, you know? Like, I mean, as like an uncle or something, it'd be like the chillest, most inspiring uncle in the universe. But then like, what would it be like to, I guess, be like his bud or something, like his friend, and like hang out with him? Like, what's it like to get coffee with Bob Ross? Or like, I don't know. I presume that he must have like attended bachelor parties or something some back in the day with his buddies. What would that be like, you know? What's Bob Ross like at a club? You know? Someone spills a drink on him, he's like, oh no, it's alright, it's fine, it's fine. It's just a happy little accident, it's all good, you know? I'm like trying to imagine what that would be like. Oh no, we don't. It's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. I totally fucked up. I'm like, you know, just a little too drunk. Ah, no, don't worry, don't even worry about it. It's all good. I don't believe in the goof ups here. We're all just here to have a good time. Just enjoy the music together, you know, and appreciate some art. Man, clubbing with Bob Ross. Now that's a time, you know? Like if that was a poster, I don't know. I feel like that event would sell out. Nowadays, it's kind of weird to think, right? I guess like people don't really, I don't know. Like, is Bob Ross a case where he wasn't necessarily that popular when he was like still doing all that with the painting and everything? Or was he uber duper popular? You know? Or is it a case that like he's kind of become like memed and stuff, so now he's like extra famous because of the internet? But when he was actually doing all that stuff, you know, regularly, was he super famous? Like, was he the artist of his time? You know, when he was doing all that? Does anyone know? He's definitely popular back then. Yeah, like I mean he definitely, yeah, I could definitely see him being popular, but like, did internet really shoot him up to actual superstardom? You'd be nothing without the internet. There we go. Oh, fucking finally. Good lord. Rotate. 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 Laura, I'm gonna pop outside the house. Does anyone, I think as long as I pop outside the house, right, then it's fine, and oh, shh. Oh, wait, no. It's good, we're good. Hold on. Let's do... Boop. Okay, hold on. Right, hold on. There we go. Oh, whoa, I took the couch with me. That's fun. That's okay though. Okay, let's disconnect this thing. Move this away. Get you in inventory. Oh, there you go. In inventory. Bring the couch back down to earth. Come on, man. You're getting too high. Where is this one? And let's fix these so that way when I walk back inside, I get the magic of seeing this thing's already finished and done. First try. Uh-oh, where's, there's the edge. To the edge. Okay, I don't super love that, but you know what? Whatever. We'll make it work. But, actually now, yeah, wait, now that I'm like seeing Anthe, you saying that he was a drill sergeant, I remember one of those very early streams, we were talking about Bob Ross. It came up, right? And I remember you bringing that up, that he was a drill sergeant. And then I remember we were talking about how like crazy that it was or how crazy of a switch that is, but how it makes total sense, right? That Bob Ross would be like a drill sergeant and have like this like hard ass background and just have had like a really intense like time with a lot of that stuff, but then been like, okay, yeah, I can't fucking do this for the rest of my life. I'm just gonna go paint happy little trees, and that's gonna be it. And how he would turn that around and make it into something beautiful. Not in love with those handrails, gotta say. I think it'd be better to just have more wood slats there, and then use like dance poles or something here to complete the steps, or honestly have nothing. I don't know. I do like, though, that this actually has nice spacing now, so we can actually walk up here. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so, Alora, this is gonna be... I'm building you your home within the home. Except, I guess... Done. Okay, so I've already built Alora her home within the home. It's right here. Glad you're satisfied. And now, I guess this home will go to someone else then. So, it wasn't cozy enough. I get it. This is the true micro tiny home. The tiny home. I've done it, guys. I've perfected the tiny homes in 14. Shower me in riches and fame. See, look how satisfied she is. Also, Mars, what was it? Birostris. Whoa, that's a cool last name. Thank you very much for that follow and welcome to the stream. Cats love the squares. If she fits, she sits, right? Yeah. There you go, Lime knows. She's part of the HOA too, so I'm glad that she's satisfied. Do we need like a even tinier box for Fluffy? Glad you're liking the build, Teague. Yeah, both need to exit out of the house for all the items to fall. Gotta take off my FC. Oh, see you, Aramore, if you're still here. I think you probably left already, but good luck on your raid. Those rails are finicky. Yeah, they are a little bit weird, right, Wilson? So not popular, but... So he was famous, but he wasn't that super popular. Let's see, being called the Bob Ross of housing. It is indeed a compliment, for sure, Yuki. Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely 100% take it as a compliment. And 14 clubs are for those who don't have a social life. I would argue that it's just a different way for those who want an extra way to have more social life. Because, yeah, like, I think, I don't know. Yeah, I really like that 14 allows me to both party from the comfort of my home, but then I can still go outside and go to, you know, the real clubs and all that stuff and party there too. Oh shit! And Skyland Chew. What, raiding in with that party. Hello, everyone. Hi, Raiders. Thank you, Skyland Chew. Yo, big old shout out to you. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Please do the little browser refresh thing so that the link up at the top of your browser says my name. I'm not exactly sure how that whole like browser refresh thing works, but I know people always talk about it when you raid. But welcome in, everybody. My name's Noah, and I'm building a tiny home in a home. I'm in a medium house right now, and then I'm trying to build a tiny little home within the medium house, which is just more of a challenge build for me, to just see if I could build a tiny home. I don't know if you guys have seen tiny homes like just on Pinterest or that kind of thing, or even on, I don't know, YouTube or TV. And I've seen a couple of them that were really interesting, and I've always kind of wanted to just try building one in 14. And so this stream is a continuation of a build that I was working on from Monday, and it's doing just that. We're trying to build a tiny home and see how it can turn out. So right now we've been working on the upstairs bedroom area, and I am adjusting a few things here. Let's see, one more over. There we go. Oh, I guess I need to nudge that around a little bit. Oh, that's weird. Why is that? Are these not on rotation? Very strange. But yeah, hope the koala home is going well. I have a friend of mine who pulled one behind her truck and would pay rent to park it on the people's yards. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? Like, it's pretty cool. Like, people... I know a lot of times the tiny homes are built in things like basically shipping crates or something. And as you said, like, it's small enough a lot of times that you can literally just pick it up and go and just like pull it behind a truck or something. So yeah, that was like the challenge here. It was like trying to kind of look at tiny homes and see how they're built and not pull out a big ass mace. Immersion breaking, sorry. Your immersion. Here, let me show for all you folks who are just joining, or any folks even without the raid who've just joined. So the reference image that originally I was building this space off of is this. So if you look on the screen there, this was sort of the original image that I just kind of used as the basic layout for this. So you could kind of probably see there how I'm emulating, right, with the kitchen in the back. And then I have a little table here. And then we have the little couch area right here. Some sort of bookshelves / the refrigerator back here. Then I modified it a bit just due to the way spacing works in 14, but like we have the stairs that would lead up to a walkway that leads you to a bedroom area. And then in my case though, originally we were gonna go with the full-on like verdant partition greenery wall up here that would hide the bedroom. But then I had the thought of like, it would be nice if maybe we used wood slats instead, so that way it keeps that area a bit more open looking. And doesn't close off the space, because in a tiny home, space is like at a total premium. So, you know, you want to make sure that you keep it nice and tight and nice and, or not tight, you need to keep it open if you can, so that way it doesn't feel so claustrophobically closed off. Let's see here. Up-a-da. Oh, right, grid snap off. There we go. That's the thing. I kind of want this to go way up too, actually. Did I get that right? Oh, yeah. Dang, I need it to get right up there. I want to close this bit off, though. I guess I can just put a whole false ceiling and just have, you know, lofts like all the way across. That's probably what I'll do. Easiest solution. Using the luminous lofts too will give extra light in the house. Need some wood slats here. Let's see. Holy crap. We're already at 2 hours? Oh my goodness. Wow. Time does fly by when you're talking about Bob Ross, doesn't it? What a guy. What a dude. What a dude. Bob Ross, man. Let's take this here. I kind of like this, actually. It does close it off a little bit. I guess there's an argument to have a little bit of a table here in the middle or something. But I kind of do like having something like this. That feels like it kind of does actually create a little bit of a living room situation. Maybe it's just really tucked underneath the stairs here too. It really will, it won't feel so intrusive. Yeah, no, I mean, probably will end up making a custom couch, but just for the blocking of this place, that's kind of nice. Putting these back here. Let's try dropping some pendant lights in here. Why not, right? I feel like there would be like a pendant light here or something. That's, oh, maybe, or here? Definitely for the kitchen. I think it's weird to have them above the TV. Yeah, I think I'll need to hide these a little bit more. All the natural, just easy places I could put these is kind of strange. Oh, maybe up here. You know, there could be like here to illuminate this walkway a bit. They're just like a little bit high up. You know, that's still pretty low. But yeah, I think we need to figure out more creative ways to put those lights up besides just snapping them to the wall. But yeah. Let's see, and so wood slat. The question is how. That is true. How many slots have I filled, and how many do I have left? Well, it's a bit weird, Yuki, is the thing, because this isn't a medium. I do have a lot of slots, so I still have over 150 slots left that I could do with this. But also, I actually have even more because technically a lot of them are taken up by this kitchen, which is a full-size kitchen that I did on some previous streams. So there's a whole lot of, I mean, I think probably at least, 75 items are just here. So technically I have a ton of slots to use still here. This is very minimal still, to be honest. And for the most part, everything here could actually be achieved in an actual apartment. So, you would have to modify a few things, like this counter would be a little bit different in an apartment. But for the most part, a lot of this actually would be achievable in an actual apartment too. So. Let's see here. I think I do want to put slats or something else here. This just doesn't feel right to me. Not with the slats being used the way they are there. I think if there was the wall, maybe, like a solid wall there, it would be different, but yeah, it doesn't work the way this is set up. I think if anything too, maybe it needs to have the wood lofts up here as well to really complete the little thing sticking out. Have that sealed off a bit. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Something about that doesn't really sit right with me. What else do we need? We need definitely a lot more like clutter and some things happening here. I'm kind of curious, like what about the entryway being... This would be really weird to have in a tiny home though. I was like, maybe put the verdant partition still in here, but just, you know, as like one of the walls. But no, that's just too much. Like how would that function in a tiny home, I guess? It probably wouldn't, is the reality. Kitchen backsplash. I was thinking I grabbed this out of the my inventory because I think this could be the couch handrails right here. So I think like if we push this up through the floor, that could create our little couch handrests on the sides. Then we put the pillows in between, and we just need a backrest. Which technically could be this too. Yeah, I don't know. I think we could get some clever stuff with this. Layering with this right here. Let's see how wide this is. Yeah, that's about right, you know? So like if the couch was slotted right about there, yeah, I think that would work. So maybe we'll do that. Float this up from the ground floor. Float something in front of it, because I don't think I like the little pattern there. It's a little bit too ornate considering the rest of how everything looks. And then create a backboard. Put some cushions on it. And that'll be our couch. Oh, excuse me. More coffee. You can also switch out the bottom bedroom loft for a regular loft, then hide the pendant lights inside the loft. True! That's definitely something we could try. Although I do like that it's very efficient to use the luminous wooden loft. And it creates the same sort of coned looking light, although it's not as nice in color temperature. But it's also still relatively soft enough that it doesn't feel super blindingly bright and bright blue light, you know? And hi, Sakiko, welcome back to the stream. We need to fix this table too. I think this table is probably going to end up being made of like a shelf or something, floating up through the floor. So let's take a look. What do we have here? By the way, Yuki, it sounds like you do housing a lot. Are you, do I know you as something different in game, and or are you on my Discord? I'm asking because I'm curious if I've seen your builds and stuff. You are in the Discord. Have you been sharing builds? Because I'd love to see what are you working on, or what you have worked on. You sound quite knowledgeable about housing. Honestly, anybody in here who would like to share builds too. If you didn't already know, by the way, I have a Discord. And in the Discord, if you unlock the housing section, which is a separate section within the Discord, there's a place where you can showcase builds that you've made or work in progresses, or just talk to everybody from this stream and talk about ideas and nerd out about design and housing and stuff. So if anybody would like to join, feel free to jump in there. It's a good time. And that's also where I usually run my housing tours from. So if you're interested in like putting your submitting your builds at all for a future housing tour, then definitely you'd want to plug into the Discord and get involved there, because first and foremost, people who are involved in my streams and my Discord will always be the first to know about any future tours. Ooh, what about this? But what about hiding the pillow there, and then, you know, if I flip it this way and it's just coming out of the wall and the pillow is hidden in here, then it would just be this really thin little sideboard. Ooh, I kind of like that. That's kind of different. And then you can kind of figure out a way to make this feel like it completes to the floor. But that'd be a nice little thin piece. I think although I don't know if I can float it, it's probably not going to hit minimum float height is the problem. Yeah, that would be the problem though. It won't hit minimum float height. Although that would be really nice. It wouldn't be the end of the world to have a really low-hanging thing there. Or maybe have it be extra high, and then just use bar stools instead there. Okay, I'm keeping this as a potential, the hanging desk there. But I might, let's see, if maybe one of these could work a little better. Like, what is it, the open shelves, where are they? These ones, right? So these also are very thin and could potentially be like right there. Except it's just so dark compared to everything else. Not the end of the world though, actually that's kind of nice. What if it's... Alright, these don't, that's right, that one doesn't die. Open, no, nope. I think some of these, this one, right? Like that one, that could work here. Actually, that is pretty cute. Like with the, and then having the books below as if there is a bit of storage below the actual table surface. And if I floated this up where you couldn't see this lower shelf, then it could just look like someone stored some books below the coffee table, I guess. Which could be kind of nice. There's that new Mummer's wardrobe too. What does that look like? Or the Mummer's shelf here? Is the top part of that potentially useful for the tabletop? Ooh, that could be cool. Although that's a weird corner to have as a table. Like most tables wouldn't just like bend like that. Da, da, da. Yep, fellow housing designer. I figured the way that you're dropping names for a lot of the items and everything, you definitely sound like you know what you're doing. And yeah, I think definitely the antique wall shelves would be one way to do the table here. I agree. And I was just wanting to figure out if there was potentially a different way to do it, just because I know we can lean really heavily on these for a lot of things. But I wasn't sure. I kind of wanted to see if there was like a way to make this in a different way. I guess maybe using antique wall shelves would kind of add a bit of, I guess, visual difference between the counter and then having this look like a reclaimed wood desk in a way. Which could work. I don't know. I was... Something about that in my brain felt like a little bit... It could be kind of nice to try a different method here. Don't know. So... Yuki, what's your name in the Discord? Did you say you're in my Discord already? Is that right? What's your name in the Discord? And I think you said you haven't shared anything, though, in the showcase or anything, right? So... Decisions. Ooh. There's that. Let's see, what is the minimum float height on that Hingen? What was that Hingen, what's that thing we just saw? The Hingen table. Let's see, Hingen table or... Oh, the Hingen desk, that's what it was. I guess everything is really like... There's no curls, right? I think that curl throws me off a little bit right here at the edge of the desk. Throws me off a bit. I think that feels too different, maybe, from the rest of the stuff. Plus, I think the minimum float height would mean you need to get it quite a bit higher. Anyone know what the minimum float height on that is? Your name is Revenant? In the Discord? Okay. Got it. Okay. I'll have to watch out then for... Watch out for you? Revenant? Revenant. Got it, got it. Yeah, Yuki, would love to see some of your work. I always am, I think all of us are always kind of curious to just see, you know, whenever fellow housing enthusiasts show up, we always like to see what everyone's up to. Do I want to do the antique wall shelf? Because we did that here too, you know? It really does work very well. Oh, whoa, what are you doing up here? I did like how it turned out here, but I'm not sure. Let's see. I don't know, maybe I'll have to give that a bit of thought. I think I'll need to plan out some of the next items we'll need. Then maybe some planter part or like a hanging plants similar to this. Honestly, I did really like how this kitchen came out with like a lot of this stuff. So, you know, the hanging planters and stuff, adding some greenery. We definitely need a bunch of jars and stuff up here to really fill this out. Wood slats maybe for there. Lights. I think we need an entryway. Like, I think we probably want to get one of those, what is it, the shoe racks or something? You know, something to this effect over here. Just, I think it would really help fill it out a bit, where we have an actual door area here and a place where people would, I guess, hang their coats and that kind of thing. Entryway. We need this to probably come out, like, I think the door would be, yeah, like right about here. Because otherwise we need a little bit of space so that you can actually walk up the steps. And then... Where's that new door? There we go. Wowzers, look at that. Walk through the door, boom! Here we go. Maybe we could have like an open window above the kitchen here that looks out. And in that case, if we go for the boxcar look, actually, like as if it's in a shipping crate or something, then maybe it would make sense that this whole side or something is like the windows, right? So maybe there's like windows here too. Window here, window here. Hey, thank you for welcoming me to your home, Alora. Love what you've done with the place. Nanafena and Chaos Control. Oh, I like it. Clever. As well as Theodora. Yo, Nimbus. Oh shit, yeah, Nimbus raiding in with the party of 10. Hi. Hi, Nimbus. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, raiders. Sorry about that. I was concentrating on looking at the in-game here. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, Theodora. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my housing stream. I am currently building a tiny home within a medium home. Do we have some housing enthusiasts who have just joined us? Oh, honestly, even just housing appreciators or any of that nature. Thank you, Chaos Control. Love your name, by the way. That's very clever. I love it. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out like kind of what we're doing next here. Because we have most of the framework built out, right? Like the door will go here, and then for all of you who just joined here, I'll flash up really quick. So this is like the reference image where I was originally building this off of. So you can kind of see the similarities there, right? Where I used the basic layout from this little tiny home image I got on Pinterest, and then we're building it out from there. So yeah. Been your gamer tag since you were a kid. Makes sense. It makes sense. It's a great name. Yeah. Nimbus, how was your stream? Let's see. How hard is it to make the shoe racks and stuff? And then for the windows, maybe we can use the new Phasmascapes, right? Like, I think it'd be really nice to have some brightness in here. So we could do... I had one. Hold on. Where was it? The new Costa del Sol ones, like these. Yeah. Right? To use this out the window. And then maybe showcase more like just this area or something. Although I will admit, it's a little weird if you have a tiny home that's like on the beach, maybe? I don't know. That might be kind of a little weird. Although maybe it's like an RV, a camper van. But yeah, you know, with like, so this, put a window there, 2 windows, right? Feel like having only 1 window in a home would be kind of claustrophobic. So yeah, so fun. Played Cult of the Lamb. I've seen a bunch of streamers playing that. It looks really cool. The art style is super interesting. I really like it. It's a very unique looking game. And it looks like a ton of fun. Both the, I guess the, what is it, roguelike, but then the roguelike aspect of the fighting, but then, of course, this little city building. The Kugane one. Yeah, Liara, you thinking the Kugane one? The Kugane one is so nice, the new one. Look at that. It's gorgeous. Although, like, so the only thing, Liara, with using the Kugane one is I do feel like the architecture in this doesn't quite fit with the Kugane look, maybe? Just that the Kugane look looks very traditional Japanese, you know? And then then this is like, I mean, arguably this is Japandese, like modern Japanese, but I'm not sure if that will mesh. You know what I mean? Because this looks like you're very much in the city of Kugane. And I feel like if we made this a bit more traditional Japanese looking, that might fit a little better. So I'm thinking it could be, it might, some of the other Phasmascapes that feel like they could be a little bit more of like a modern landscape might fit a touch better. But man, I really do want to use this for something because it's gorgeous. And I mean, I gushed about this when I was doing the 6.2 item review stream last week, I think it was, or 2 weeks ago. And like, I love Kugane, just like as a city, you know? Yeah. Chaos control, so to be able to do this in 14 is amazing. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a really creative like exercise, you know? Building in 14. Have you ever done any building, Chaos? In 14? Or actually, I guess maybe a general question, do you play 14? Because I realize I don't know, Nimbus, is your audience when you stream sort of like just like general gaming, or do you kind of center around 14 and then sometimes you play other games? And you're saying, Nimbus saying it's also great Twitch integration too. Lets Twitch followers be followers in the game. Oh, that's true. That's right, because you can name your cult followers, right? And so you could name your followers after your Twitch followers. That is cool. I could see how that would be a lot of fun and make for a lot of really great moments, because they like fall in love and fight amongst each other and all that stuff. So. Oh wait, did you make one of these? Oh shit. Thank you, Alora. I didn't even catch that. I was like, am I an item preview still? Thank you. Let's just knock that to bone white, just cause, you know, everything's bone white in here. It reminds me of a cityscape acrylic backsplash we sell at work. Oh, nice. Yeah. So a lot of us from Nimbuses are from same 14. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Gotcha. I see. Big portion of viewers are friends from FC. Gotcha. That's great. That's so nice. All hanging out. What a great way to hang out, right? Having someone be like a streamer, too. Well, yeah. So, I mean, for all of you from Nimbus' stream, too. So, I guess in case you don't maybe know who I am. Hi, I'm Noa Saitoshii. That's me. Wait, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Hello. So I stream housing every Monday and Thursday from 4 to 6 p.m. PST. So if you like this kind of energy, this like chilled out, lo-fi beats and building and chilling, then Monday and Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. PST, you should come back and hang out with me. And then I also built and own a nightclub called Prominence Nightclub, as well as I built a different one called Ichi. And let me link. There you go. There's the website for my nightclub. And I open that every other Wednesday and every other Sunday. The next opening is going to be this coming Sunday from 4 to 6 p.m. PST. And that's going to be out in the garden. And it's going to be some melodic deep house music. Really beautiful, like basically like sunset and chill with, you know, house beats. And then Wednesday nights when we open, so last night, for example, is like the high energy club electronic music. And I DJ. So I am usually the DJ when I open Prominence, and I DJ elsewhere throughout 14 nightclubs and stuff. So if you're interested in any of that stuff, then drop me a follow or come join my Discord and get notifications on when I post stuff and or have new events and streams and that kind of thing. Would love to have you. And what are you thinking, Alora, by the way? What are your thoughts besides that? I know you really like the box. Let's see here. What should we do? Okay, let's maybe float up that bit from the basement with the what was it? The cabinet. Where did the cabinet go? Here it is. The Oasis cupboard. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out position-wise where this thing ought to sit. It's about there, I think. Right? Oh, it's a bit far from the wall. Okay, we'll go a touch closer to the wall. And then I need to figure out There we go. Okay, I need to mark this out, and then I'll float it from below. So we'll go here. Use the bathroom tiles. Right there. And then we'll go right to the edge here. Bam. Oh, actually, I think the bathroom tiles need to be a bit farther down to go really through the floor. Thoughts, and Alora, thoughts on... Oh, dang it. I messed up the little thing here. Darn. Curious to have your thoughts on what you think we ought to put in here. Since you're in the space with me. Always feels a little bit different, right, when you're actually in the space and like moving around. So okay, let's try this again. And I'm using the bathroom tiles just to inform where the edge of this thing is. There we go. Let's use like that. Okay. So if I use that, then I can use that to mark from below where that cabinet is, and then I can float it from the bottom up. There we go. There it is. Now I take this, match this up. Uh-oh. How is that going to work? Right about there. Okay. And then grab that the Oasis cupboard, store it, bring it down here. And now from here, we can float it up from the bottom and then use the little bits here as our little handrails. So let's go here. There we go. Okay. We'll take that, and then now we gotta push it up from the floor. Yo, what's up, Zavina? Welcome to the stream. Hi. You finished with decorating your friend's FC? Says Nimbus. It was so much fun, and it's just as I imagined. Ooh, nice. I know, right? You want to tweak stuff, but then like you're already capped out on item slots. Oof, big mood. All housing designers definitely are like, ooh, we know that feel, you know? Item slot efficiency is so important. Great job, though. Yeah, Nimbus, I don't know if you want to share it, but yeah, please do feel free to share in the Discord in the showcase if you want to show it off. Or I don't know if you want to wait until like a tour or something. You could also do that as well. But congrats on finishing that. What was the theme? What were you building there? Oh. Uh-oh. There we go. After floating all of those wood slats and stuff, it's so nice to have an item that has a big snap height. To just pop this up. Easy. Going up and up. Zavina, let's see. The asymmetrical situation of that new glowy decoration upsets your OCD. Suggestions on how to decorate with it? Oh, you're talking about the space lights? The blinking casino lights or whatever you want to call them? What are they called? I forget what they're called. That's the one you're talking about, right? Hold one moment. Let me finish floating this up. And then we'll look at it. Yeah, it's those ones. Yeah, that's tricky. Well, hold on. Let's have a look at that. So the one you're talking about, the one that Zavina is talking about from the Twitch in the Twitch chat there is This one, the exciting neon wall lights, and the fact that it's so swung to the right here that you know, and we have it's so swung to the right, and we have no ability to flip things, mirror things. So it kind of depends on what you want to do with it, you know? I think so. Okay, the most obvious thought for me is that you don't use the whole thing, right? So I would say something that you could do is you basically hide everything except for just like the one star here, and you just triple it up. And so, for example, you have 3 blinking stars and you only show just this little sliver, or just this little sliver on the far right, or just pick any one of these little slivers. And you basically slot several of them next to each other in a way where you only get to see the parts that you want to be seen. So I think that's one way you could do it, where you're not really using the whole thing. It helps too if you flip it to the back, maybe. Some of the lights look a little more uniform on the back. But I would say the biggest thing is you're gonna be needing to hide a bunch of it, just because if you show the whole thing and you see, especially like the lines swooping to the side, I don't really see any. It'd be really hard to make it feel symmetrical if you were trying to make it look symmetrical, because you literally just cannot mirror it. If you did flip this whole thing around and have a second one, but flipped around the back, right, then you wouldn't see the stars, and it still would not seem symmetrical. So I think the solution would be, again, for example, if my body would represent a wall, right, you'd only show this row of lights, and then you would double that up and flip it around, and then you could have what looks like a symmetrical situation. Same with this star. Maybe if you flipped it around, you could have the lines coming off to the side. It's just that it would have to stop right before maybe this star or something, because otherwise it will kind of break from that symmetry. But yeah, I don't know. You'd have to get a little creative with how you hide stuff. Basically expanding my concept with my apartment. Oh, okay, right. The one that you showed on the last tour. Speakeasy and illegal triple triad gaming ring, yeah. And yeah, I know what you mean, Zavina. Like, you wish you could mirror them. If we could mirror stuff in this, if we could mirror stuff in housing, holy shit, that would blow the doors open on so many things. But sadly, yeah, cannot. But you just gotta get creative, Zavina. Just think a little bit creatively in terms of, wait, what? Think a little bit creatively in terms of how you're hiding the lights, and then I think you can work with it. Also, I realized what I did wrong. It needs to be at this edge, not the other edge. Ah, silly me. Oh, but there we go. There, that's much better. Okay, this will work now. Okay, now if we take this. Ouch. You're welcome, Zavina. I hope that helps. Yeah. Honestly, I will say a general statement about housing is, I think a lot of people, okay, understandably, you need to be efficient with your slots, right? So a lot of times people are really trying to see, like, how can I you know, if I want to make something symmetrical, how do I use 2 of this item and make it look symmetrical or something? Or how do I make this wall look really cool with just 2 bookshelves? But honestly, I would say my personal recommendation for housing and creating like really like more visually interesting builds or things that feel much more unique is use way more of an item than you and like quintuple it up. And what I mean by that is like if you're gonna make like a custom chandelier, right, or something, or like a custom, I don't know, wall or something like that, instead of just using the bare minimum to cover the space, try using like 6 of the item instead and just overlaying them, like overlapping them in interesting ways to create new patterns. And that's like a big way where your builds won't feel like just like a typical build, right? Because you're going to be creating a new pattern that doesn't look like it exists in the game, and people will be wowed by that, you know? Like I think like maybe this is like a decent example where here, this with the kitchen, you know, by utilizing a bunch of overlapping beds and shelves, as well as the shelves up here, it creates a big single unit, right? Like this looks like just a single unified countertop, but it doesn't look like any countertop you've ever seen in the game because it's made up of a lot of other items that are repeating, right? And if I only used, like, for example, 1 row of antique wall shelves, I don't think it would have the same effect. It would just look like everyone's seen this, the antique wall shelves just like this in a row, but this is actually 3 rows of them all next to each other to create a much bigger piece of wood than people are used to seeing. And so that really, I think, when people see that, they get kind of, their eyes get kind of confused. Like, what am I seeing here? This is huge piece of driftwood, and I don't think we have an item like that in the game, right? And so I think that kind of thinking is really good when you're doing housing to create. Again, this is not necessarily the most slot efficient way to do it, but I think to create visually interesting design elements that people aren't used to seeing, just simply using the same item a whole bunch of times in a row and just layering them in interesting patterns and arrangements will create new shapes and items that you wouldn't normally have. And because you're using the same item, like for example here, the antique wall shelves, because you're using all antique wall shelves, they will be uniform and fit together because they have the same texture and they have the same general vibe. And I think that's where I would go with those lights too, that you're talking about using, is taking those lights and figuring out a way to repeat them, like stacking a whole bunch of them next to each other, and then hiding areas, certain areas of them, where you that would give it away that they're being repeated, and you'll create like a new pattern that way. So, like Zavina, actually, here's another thought that I just had. Right, so with these lights, potentially, if you took these and you flipped them backwards, right? So if you had one of these and you took the other side of it and you flipped it around, right? So I mean, like, you're using this side, the inverse side, and you stacked it basically on top of this one, and then all you need to do is you hide this star, right? But you kind of maybe keep like most of the centerpiece or something. Like maybe you hide from this, the top star, you hide this up, just so the big top star doesn't show. And then you'd have this crisscross pattern that goes both directions, and it would be uniform in the way the lines are swooping down. They would mesh together, right? Like a spider web or something. And as long as you hid the big star here, that would only be on one, you know, blinking on this side, and then it would be facing the other direction on the other side. Because the lights, these 4 lights are the same on both sides, I think it would repeat the pattern. The 4 lights would be here on the left side as well. And you'd have the swooping down pattern going from right to left, as well as left to right, mirrored, and it would look more symmetrical than it does right now. Did that make sense? Like, and by doing that a bunch of times in a repeating way, I think you could, people would see how the curved lines are overlapping with each other. And when they see the overlapping lines curving with each other, but they're mirrored against each other, it will register as much more symmetrical than just the base item itself. And even more so if you add other decorative elements there, or possibly layer multiple of them together, then you could really make this sort of intricate spiderwebby looking lattice pattern or whatever. And I think if people really scrutinized it, they would see it's maybe not perfectly symmetrical, but I think it would be visually interesting enough that it doesn't really matter. This couch is too high. Gotta move this down now. Uh-oh, too much. Oh, but, okay. Trying it right now, I hope it works, yeah. Yeah. Let's see if I mirror. You went to post pictures when you were finished, but then a decent amount of stuff changed. Okay, yeah. I mean, no worries. Like in the showcase, in my housing showcase section of the Discord, like you're welcome to post multiple things. Oh, thank you for the rug, Alora. Coned wool rug. Woo, premium. That premium wool. Okay, let's... this thing, man. I underestimate how tall this thing is, I guess. How does this look? Is that too... That's still a bit high? Like a touch lower, maybe. Gah. Maybe wish you could make the floor transparent. That could be nice. There we go. I think that'll probably be good. I guess let's look. Might as well look. Actually, you know what I should do is probably put this down as the marker. Yeah, so a touch lower, and then actually we can use the actual Glade bench as the cushion. So let's just do that. Give it a bit lower. So we'll... just a hair lower. Maybe right there. Let's see how that looks. But yeah. You can go into G pose and look through my eyes. Oh, that's true. Like target you, I guess, and then switch over. Let's see here. Yeah, so there we go, like this. Okay, hold on, I need to remove the rug just to make sure it's not in the way here. Yeah, so if we have like this and then the backboard, let's see. Where's the second couch? We had another one of these things, the Glade benches. Let's do offset one snap from each other. So one snap and then there we go, like that. Ooh, ooh, that's cool. Wait. Oh, look at that. When they're offset, because they're rounded, they're like very slightly rounded, they give you a checkered pattern. Because, yeah, they slope down on the sides. Ooh, that's cool, actually. Just a happy little accident. But I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't know if I'll necessarily keep that, but like I do like that. I think that's kind of cute. And I would like to smooth that bit in the front though out a bit. Like it's a little bit too intense looking. The little, how it kind of bows out right from the middle. So I'd like to smooth that out a bit. There we go. That's like much less noticeable, but still has the checker pattern. So something like that. Although I do like the idea of still hiding the front of these, maybe. So I think I don't really like this pattern showing, you know. So maybe still using a Hingen bookshelf here or something, floating it from the basement and hiding the front bit of this to make this just sealed off. So then I think we can push the cushions up here a bit. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll take this. Can I do this even more? Oh, that kind of messes with that pattern. Oh, darn. Actually, you know what? With the, if we did slot something in the front here, it might actually be able to hide the fact that there is the little gap here. I could see how that would work. Try a white rectangular partition to hide the pattern. The legs might not flow with the look though. Yeah. Let's see here. Try this with this. Yeah, I'm not loving how... Okay. Uh-oh. If I push these back... And then I kind of want to nudge this couch bit a little bit lower. Okay, so we'll just nudge the whole thing lower so that the cushions really show through is the thing. That might be a bit too much, but we'll see. Oh, that's a bit low now. The handrails need to be higher. It's too, or the hand, yeah, what is it? It's not handrails. What are the side couch arms? I mean, that's the couch arms, right? Nudge them up slightly. Ugh. Like maybe that much? I don't know. And then we can put a rectangular partition, or I don't know. I kind of like the idea of having the wood texture, right? So like using a a bookshelf maybe here. There we go. That's better. Okay. Then so we can put the pillows here too. I actually realized that this cabinet probably could have come out from the wall a little bit more. Just because there is going to be a backboard, I think, of some kind of a thing there. Oh, I wonder, wait, would a bed flipped backwards work there? Right, if we took a bed and we just used the backboard of the bed as the backboard of this thing, would that work? Loft bed. Right, if we do this. Okay, I need to float it up from the basement maybe, but there. Yeah, you see? Unfortunately, I don't think, wait, that can't, yeah, like that. It's basically that. There's probably some other thing we could do instead though, like a Hingen sideboard or something. Yeah, use the hay. Boom. Problem solved. There we go. Maybe the back of a chalkboard? Oh, Amphi, are you saying chalkboard for the front area, like down here? Or are you talking about for the backboard? If you want to have a wooden texture, I'd go with a wood bookshelf, staircase. Perfect couch. I feel like, Alora, I would just give you a house where it's just a box and the hay, and like, that'd be it. There should be like a second follow-up stream here that's just like tiny home for Alora specifically. I'm just gonna build a tiny little barn, put a bale of hay and a couple boxes, and probably like some knives and blood on the elsewhere, since you do love your monsters and bloody. Oh, and maybe some Namazus. I don't know. Kind of like the, let's see here. Settings. Shelves and chests. Too tall. Yeah, so like having this floated up, I think would make a lot of sense maybe. That, right, as the bottom rim there. See, how does that fit? Oh, let's get rid of this. There's wood slats somewhere hidden in there too. There they are. That goo, oh, it didn't actually mess that up. Nice. Yeah, maybe having a bookcase. Honestly, I might even have to use two, but that's okay. We have plenty of slots, is the thing. The cupboard or the bookshelf. The bookshelf would be cleaner. Possibly. See, how does that look? How would that look? Yeah, I think you need to use two just to make sure it's nice and even along the edges here. June. Okay. Up. Yeah, we can do that though. Two. I wonder if this cupboard is thin enough. No, this is not quite high enough for that to work out. Can I also just replace the cushions here with PVP towels and some other stuff to create an even better couch? Or like a more specific height on the couch. Let's see, how does that feel? Seen some people use butterfly pictures. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you could use like the butterfly pictures on the sides to frame couches and stuff. True. Although, wait, are the butterfly portraits from fairy beast tribes? I'm floating. Oh, I am floating. Why am I floating? Wait, what am I? Why am I floating? Is it because the top of the... Wait, yeah, why? How come you're not floating, though? Dang, wall sits to the next level. Perfect posture and floating 4 inches off the ground. Interesting thing. Oh well, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. We'll just keep going. So we need to have... bookshelves, jars, wood slats are up there. Feels like there should be a painting or something right here too, probably. Some kind of art. Figure out the windows. Doing custom windows here would kind of involve making a big custom wall. Which wouldn't be the end of the world, I suppose. Let's see, how would that work? It had to be some interesting little things about basically doing this. And then having like that effectively happen. Then you could just float white rectangular partitions up from below and up above, which would be so much more effort. We could create a complete custom wall, but do we want like a different, besides rectangular partitions around the entire thing, do we want a different wall? Oh, that'd be a lot. I guess you could change it up. Woo! Yeah. Maybe I need to take a break. Maybe we'll call it there for right now today. I've already been going for 3 hours, so yeah, maybe that'll be a good place to stop here for now. And we can pick up this build next week. So Monday and Thursday of next week. Back for more housing stream, 4 to 6 p.m. PST. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break from this for a second. I don't know, I feel like my brain is just kind of like, after all of the intensity of getting all the new stuff with prominence this week, I feel like my brain's a little like, blah, 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 blah. We can do this chat for a little bit though, if y'all wanna just chat about life. Nimbus, I need to talk to you, by the way, too, about like the Patreon stuff and everything. So just chatting stream now, right? We can sit. Oh, we can even sit at our dining room table, at the dining room tables and stuff here. As I sip my coffee. Oh, there we go. That's a nicer view. Oh, ah! What am I looking at? Oh, there you go. Look at the coffee. Gather round. There's seats for you. Yeah, yeah. my gosh. Oh, there you go. Perfect. Here we go. Can I make, what is it, /converse or something? We can look like we're talking to each other. What is this? There we go. /converse with me, Alora. Talk to me, damn it. Don't just stare. Can I? Or can I go in G pose and just... Let's see. Oh, did it go? Wait, try it again, Laura. Ah, fuck. Here we go. That's interesting. I wonder why there's such a delay for you, Alora. Because I know you've mentioned that before, that there's like a really crazy delay for you. Because I think, okay, someone type in chat when you hear me say elephant. Elephant. Okay, there's like 15 seconds, I think? 10, it was like 10 to 15 seconds. Not very long. I don't know. But I wonder how long I'm a delay kind of get. Yeah, I don't know, huh? Whatever. Elephant. See there, look. Wow, yeah, see? So you're like 2 or 3 times later than everyone else's delay. That's weird. I don't know why that is. Whatever. There we go. Look, we're like really hashing something out here. What are they saying? Caption this. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense why you messages like that. But yeah. /T. Do you get it? Do you get it quicker? Yeah, I mean, you can say it to me in game, but the only problem is that, like, generally speaking, if I'm streaming, I often am not able to really be like watching the game chat that much, and like Twitch chat, you know, like I don't know, I have a very hard time keeping track of all the different chats, you know, especially like if it's like Discord's going, and then I'm trying to talk to people on stream and reading the stream chat and in-game chat. Like, one of those things is gonna give a little bit, and it's usually the game chat. Because also, like, remember, my game chat is all hidden behind the little chat cover right there, right, where it says housing right now. So, like, my game chat is really tiny. So if like 2 people say something, then whoever said anything before that, it's gone already. So for any of you guys like who talk to me sometimes like in game, especially like maybe during like prominence nights or something, just be aware that's like one of the reasons why I can't always respond very well, is because like literally your message will show up, and if like 2 people say anything, the message is gone already. But that's why I do have the Discord redeem, or the Twitch redeem here for check in-game messages. So if there's ever something like really important you need me to see in-game, you can always redeem that, and I can, you know, prompt me to look there. But realistically, ideally, you say it here in Twitch chat, because I'm constantly monitoring Twitch chat, at least, you know? So no, don't worry, Laura. Like, I'm not like, this is in no way meant to be like scolding anybody or like saying you have to. It's just more like I want people to make sure they understand the situation that I'm in, so that way you also know that I'm not like intentionally ignoring you or something like that, you know? That's just like the situation that I'm in, and like from my perspective, how it goes, you know? So yeah, no problem. Like, I mean, it's just a reality of kind of, I want people to understand how things are, so that way they understand then that there are limitations, or if I don't respond right away, you know that I'm not ignoring you, right? You know that blah, blah, blah. So yeah. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Twitch chat just caught that. Fugly? It tried to flag you for bullying, Alora. But yeah, I told you the red-white rug is fugly earlier, so I gave you the nicer rug. Oh, thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll use the nice combed wool rug for the future stuff. So, Nimbus saying there's multiple times when people have tried to reach out to me on Discord to tell me my sound is weird or something. I don't see it till after the stream. Yeah, no, Nimbus, like 100%. That's like, and I feel bad too, right? Because like, I know, especially if you haven't streamed, then it's understandable that you wouldn't really understand how tricky it is to have your brain be like shifting back and forth between like the game you're playing and the Twitch chat, and even just doing the Twitch chat and trying to play a game, or like building in this case, like just those two things alone, that's already like basically your brain is maxed out, right? Because I think, okay, multitasking, like realistically, nobody's ever multitasking. They're just switching their attention really fast, right? But your attention is very, very limited. And so it's like you are either focusing on the game or you're focusing on Twitch chat. And already, especially if people are talking a lot, which is great when they're talking a lot, but then like that's all your attention gone. And if someone messages you on Discord or in game or something like that, you know, you have to be consciously aware of taking your attention then away from whatever you're focusing on to go like look at that, you know? So again, not like really not meant as like scolding anybody or saying that anyone's doing it wrong per se. It's just like, be aware that when people like Nimbus and I are streaming, when streamers in general are streaming, you just gotta understand that our attention is gotta be focused somewhere, or rather, in order to deliver on a good show, a good performance, we will try to focus our attention probably only in like a few areas, and usually that ends up being Twitch chat and then the game. So if you can put it all there, then that's best. Plus, like, okay, the other nice thing that keep in mind, and I think I've mentioned this for Twitch, like, or when we're doing housing tours, is if there's a lot of people who won't necessarily be in game, and so if a bunch of conversation happens in game, then a lot of people on the Twitch chat won't understand what I'm responding to. But if everybody's responding about the game, about the stream, all in the same place, for example, Twitch chat, then that way it really helps everybody be talking about the same thing, and like nobody's missing the joke or something, you know what I mean? So that's helpful. And oh yeah, see, and like right there too, like, I mean, I know you guys are talking here in Twitch chat, but like if I'm trying to run with my thought, then I can't read the Twitch chat and process that at the same time while I'm talking. So then like, yeah, it's a lot, you know? Honestly, I would encourage everybody to try streaming just once, even just for some friends or something. Like, if you can, or maybe for your FC, like just stream in your Discord or something like that. But like, try streaming just because it'll give you an interesting perspective on what has to happen. if you can do it on Twitch or something, even if it's like a private stream that you don't tell anybody about except for your Discord people, but like try having a stream where you play a game or something and you're trying to keep up with Twitch chat. I think it'll be an interesting perspective for a lot of people to kind of feel what that feels like. It was interesting for me to see that, you know? Yeah. Are you talking trash on my beloved fringe rug? Tasteless heathens, all of ya. I could see totally how, Amphi, you'd really like the fringe rug. It's a really nice rug for the right setting. Love chatty streams, but I die so much in them. Right, yeah, exactly, Nimbus, right? Like, if this Twitch chat is popping off, then like sometimes they're like, shit, like everybody's like talking and having like a really interesting conversation, and you don't want to like neglect that. Like you want to get in on that, but then like you will have to like kind of your gameplay, like you'll basically stop gaming, right? Or you'll have to like, maybe if you know the game, then you can kind of on autopilot play. But especially if it's like a new game, I do feel like you basically stop what you're doing and respond to the Twitch chat. And that can get a little bit crazy. I'm gonna switch the stream info to just chatting. Boom, just chatting. But yeah, like, they can't hurt you now. Yeah, you swoop them all up, right, Amphi? Alora and Amphi fighting the War of the Rugs. The Rugs of Power. Is that out yet? The Rings of Power? That one from Amazon? Total tangent, but that Lord of the Rings show that cost a bazillion dollars for Amazon. I've seen the trailers. They keep trying to ram those trailers down my throat. I am curious, you know? Big Lord of the Rings fan. But I don't know how that show will go. Let's see. Leave my sweet child. What's an attention span? I know, dude, attention span, what even, right? Plus we have... Oh, Nimbus, thank you very much too for resubscribing. With the hellos. Thank you very much, Nimbus. I appreciate that. Plus, we have awesome emotes here. Aw. Indeed, Tsukiko, I agree. You're still tired from when Nim streamed our wedding a few months ago? Oh, so Nim and Theodora, are you two married in game? I'm guessing? Is that what you mean by streamed your wedding? Or our wedding, rather? Or do you mean that you are married to someone else and then Nimbus was just... Oh, okay, so yeah. So Theodora and Nimbus, you two are married. Gotcha. That must have been exciting, yeah. Amphi, is that true? Is the fringe rug the cornerstone of many of your designs? Also, okay, really quick, I'm gonna try to grabbing a video clip of me and Alora talking here really quick. I'm very curious. I hope this doesn't crash the stream, but I'm gonna try here for a second, recording while the stream is streaming. And if the stream blows up and dies, I'll be right back. But we're gonna give it a go. Okay, so give me a second here. Let's see, is there a better... actually, this is pretty good. Okay. Hold on a second, guys. You keep talking, but I'm gonna try something. How does that look? Is the stream actually still streaming okay while I'm recording right now? Did it get like way choppy or anything like that? I'm very curious. Because this could be revolutionary if I can do this. Because I usually have it auto recording via Twitch, but this one would actually be like a clean recording, I guess, of it. So I've been very curious to see if my computer can handle this on the housing streams. On the DJ streams, for sure, it blows up. Like, there's no way, I don't think. Okay. Interesting. Looking fine on your end. All right. Well, fuck it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'll do that sometimes. That's good to know that that works. Cornerstone rug is the pudding rug. Yeah, I totally get that, Alora. You use. I feel like, Alora, your like go-to items are so atypical, but you use them so well. It fits your style so well. It's great. I meant to type Nim and I. Yeah, we streamed our in-game wedding. Cute! Yeah, congratulations, you two. The whole wedding was so much, and it was 2 weeks before PAX too. And I was in the middle of cosplay crunch. Oh, man. Wait a second. 2 weeks before PAX. So there's... Oh, wait. That's right. They were mentioning... I think Lime Cola earlier was mentioning that PAX is not just here, right? So I think like Aramar was talking about he's going to PAX West. But then there was PAX Australia some time ago. And that's, I'm guessing, maybe the one you're talking about, Nimbus? Is that right? Oh, okay. Bean Pollution Extreme Trial. Hey, Yuki, well, thanks for coming by the stream. And good luck on those extreme trials. We'll see you in the Discord and or next week, hopefully. Or actually, if you'd like to come to Prominence's garden party this Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. PST. But if not, then maybe the next housing streams next week, Monday and Thursday, also at 4 to 6 p.m. PST. But yeah, see you later. Oh, and gotta head out to Liara, so we'll see you then. Take care. Take care, both of you. Thank you guys for coming. Let's see. It was PAX East. Oh, okay. Wow. So PAX is like just jumping all over the place, huh? So there's like a PAX East, a PAX West, PAX Australia. Is it the same group? I'm guessing, right? Putting it on. Is that? I guess that's reasonable. It's like Comic-Con, right? There's like Comic-Con San Diego, Comic-Con Silicon Valley, Comic-Con probably like something on the East Coast. I don't know. Penny Arcade Expo. That's awesome though. So it's gaming. It's a gaming convention with like indie games and all that stuff. And you said you were doing cosplay for it. So, out of curiosity, do you have any like photos from the cosplay that you were making for that? Or was that one of the ones you showed us already? The Peach or like 2B and that kind of stuff? Did you wear those there? Because like for me, usually I think of like conventions with people cosplaying as more the ones of like Comic-Con or Fanime or Anime Expo or something. And then I think of like gamer conventions as people not really dressing up as much, but is that not the case? Is PAX like a fusion of, you know, like a gaming convention, but also very much like anime convention almost, or something like that, like where people are all dressed up and stuff? Yeah, actually, I just won an award. Whoa! It was my Wall Market Aerith. Is that the red dress, Aerith? The really, really pretty, like, flowy red dress, Aerith? Is that, I didn't actually play 7 Remake, so I'm curious. So it's like Wall Market, it's like Aerith with the red dress, and then Tifa has the like 3 different like dresses that she can wear, sporty, sexy, and something like classy or something like that. Does Aerith also have 3 dresses? But yeah, wow. Oh, that must have been gorgeous. You just won an award. Congratulations on the award. What was the award? Most plus cosplayers cosplay video game characters. Back when I first started going, it was very taboo to cosplay as anime, but it's okay now. Yeah, I do feel like there's a lot of crossover of the fan bases and stuff. I won 3rd in class for craftsmanship. Wow! Congrats, Nimbus! If you'd be willing to share, I'd love to see the dress, that you made. Because it must be gorgeous. I mean, based off of your other work that you showed us too, I mean, you do some absolutely amazing work with your outfits. I remember your peach dress and the 2B outfit looked really great. And yeah, damn, that's awesome. That's so cool. Nimbus, how did you get into that? Out of curiosity, like how does one get into cosplay? I guess okay, that's like not a loaded question, but that's like so open-ended because like everyone finds their own way. But like, how did you find your way into cosplay? Yeah, oh man. Okay, I guess maybe I can ask this aloud, but like, so I know I've had a hesitance and I've tried to ask that people don't show their faces and stuff in the Discord, just because I know I've seen some Discords and online things where they say, for everyone's safety, like, let's kind of keep everybody relatively anonymous in terms of like who they are, just to avoid any. I mean, right now, the Discord is very safe, and I think, like, there's no one weird in there or anything like that, but it is technically a public Discord, and so I know there was a little, like, there was a bit of, I don't know, I guess from my perspective, like, I guess I was a little worried because I own the Discord, and so I just didn't want any chance that something happens and someone gets not doxxed, but like, I mean, I guess like in this case, you're literally like you're willing to show your face, but I don't know. I wasn't sure if there was any chance that the reason people are guarded against that in their Discords is because like, you just never know who will come in their Discord, especially if it's public. And if some shit went down, then you as a Discord owner are like kind of responsible. And so in order to try to avoid chances of that, it's kind of better to be a little bit more, anonymous styling. Yeah. Right. But I guess you're in the public eye. Yeah, no, 100%. I understand what you're saying. Like, it's like, I know that there are some people who it doesn't matter And honestly, too, I mean, eventually, I don't have a webcam setup that works really for me right now. But like, I eventually will show my face too. Like, I'm not super hell bent on you guys never knowing my face or something like that. So, you know, I understand that some people don't care as much about showing themselves publicly, and other people would be very concerned about that. But then, I think just from a cover my ass and keeping consistent standpoint, right? I didn't want it to be like, well, some people can show their face, but, you know, I think that kind of starts opening the floodgates or something. So I guess it was like a question, right? I mean, and then once the cat's out of the bag, it's out of the bag, right? So my cosplay gamers. Did not fit on my mannequin. I always wanted to, but didn't have the skill, time, or money. Now we don't have any money. Yeah, oh my gosh. You always wanted to, but you didn't have the skill, time, or money. It's the triangle, right? It's like, what is it? Enough time, enough energy, enough money. Pick two. And like in any time in life, you have like two of the three, but never all three. If you have enough time and you have enough energy, you're probably young or something, and you probably don't have money. And then if you have money, because you're working, and you have time, or like maybe if you have money and you have time because you're retired or something like that, then you probably don't have energy though anymore. And then if you have like, what is it? You have energy and you have money. You probably don't have time though because you're working or something like that. I don't know. There's that like triangle thing, and it's pretty true, to be honest, a lot of the time. Noa VTuber model when? Do you have a VTuber model, Nimbus? You're a 3D VTuber? Oh man, that's awesome. Shoot, yeah, I need to catch you stream sometime. Wait, let me make sure. I'm gonna make sure that I'm following you right now. Also, here, wait, I'm gonna give. Here we go. Okay, so I just gave you a follow, and also shout out to Nimbus Gray, who is also a streamer and streams 14 and Cult of the Lamb, as well as other games, and I guess is a VTuber as well. So if any of you didn't know that Nimbus streams, now you do, and there's a link right there to go and follow them, because you absolutely should. So also, I'm looking at the pics you showed, and holy crap, that is gorgeous. Yo, that's beautiful. Wow, great job. My goodness, Nimbus, that is amazing. See, it was a pain to make. It was a pain to make. To be fair, buttons are so hard. Yeah. Out of curiosity, how long have you been doing cosplay? Like how long? How long? And I don't know. I don't know if you had to guesstimate. Like, Are you at like, 10,000 hours of doing this? Like, you've been doing this for a long time and it's like over and over and over, like... Also, did you mention like how you got into it? But yeah, Fluffy should teach those judges a lesson. This should have won first place. That's really good. Not that long, to be honest. Started November 2019 and took a long break due to mental health during COVID. Totally understandable. I think, like, COVID. Well, yeah. I mean, I was gonna say before I read the second half of that message that like if you started in 2019, then like COVID was probably a great time to for a lot of us to get much more in depth with our hobbies and stuff. So things like doing an arts and crafts thing, right? It's actually like the perfect time in a way during COVID to clock some hours in that, because like what else are you gonna do? You can't go like happy hour with your friends, so you work on your art kind of thing. I definitely know that my art and everything that I creatively, like the creative side of me, definitely, well, I think understandably, I think everybody's mental general well-being took a hit at the start of COVID, but once you kind of fell into the, okay, well, this fucking sucks, but like, how are we gonna make the most of this? I definitely think my creativity benefited from the fact that I kind of was locked up, so there was lots of time to really plug away and, you know, work on my craft and work on, I mean, I found 14 right at the start of COVID because of COVID, and here I am. This kitchen that we're sitting in wouldn't exist if probably not for COVID. Not to say that was a good thing, but I mean, you know, or that COVID was a good thing by any means, but yeah. Peach alone took 800 hours. Holy shit! But I'm well over 1,500 hours into stuff at this point. Jeez. Wowzers, that's amazing. But like, hard work, I think, who said it up above, hard work does pay off, because your cosplays are gorgeous. You actually planned on making Aerith during COVID, but when every con was canceled, you lost your stream until end of 2021. Not me, you're like, yay. Yeah, I think, Alora, that's definitely like a lot of people, you know, because of COVID and stuff, were like, oh yeah, like, I mean, this is already a thing, I guess. And now you don't have, there's no, yeah. I like staying in, and now there's no reason to go out even more, I guess. But yeah. Actually planned, yeah. Well, I'm glad you're back though, Nimbus. I'm glad you decided to pick it back up again. That's great. Both that you doubled down on cosplay, but then also you picked back up streaming. So we both kind of got, well, I guess you got back into streaming and then I got into streaming about the same time. So, because I started streaming at the very beginning, or February of this year, February 2022 rather. So, but I think I started planning my stream because I had never done it before. So I'd never done anything like this before. So, but I started planning out and learning how streaming works and like designing my overlays and figuring out all that stuff. You know, what I would stream, how I would go, getting some of the equipment. And I started that about 2021, end of 2021. December-ish timeframe. So Yeah. Woohoo! Stream buds. It's been quite the ride since. I never thought that I'd be a streamer. I gotta say. I mean, I'd seen people. I'm aware of streamers. I had seen streamers, but I always kind of didn't think like that was probably for me, or something. Which sounds weird now, because I feel like now when I talk about like why I started streaming, it's actually because I feel like so many of the skills that I've developed through professional work and like being social chair of a big social club in college and stuff, like a lot of that stuff. And doing like, public speaking and these kinds of things. Graphic design as my major, or graphic communication, and then graphic design work and marketing as my professional work. Like all that stuff actually tees me up pretty perfectly to be a streamer, but it just didn't seem like something that would work to me. Like it just didn't land in my brain that was really something that I think I would want to do or would be good at for the longest time. And then when it did finally click, it was like, oh, wow, yeah. I feel like that could actually maybe work. So, you started your channel June last year, but it didn't get started until like October or so. I didn't want to show my face on stream, so once I learned how easy it was to make a 3D VTuber, I jumped in. Yeah, right? So, I mean, like, did you use Vroid to make your avatar? Same. You didn't even like watching streams before. Just wanted to force myself to play video games that I never got around to. Makes sense. Yeah. No. Similar reason too, right? Like I feel like. Okay. Let's try. I'm gonna try not to make this too long-winded, but so I've been building out this whole kind of artistic vision that I have of which like prominence is a piece of this. It is a small piece of the larger vision, I guess. And for a long time, I was building this thing out for years. And I always thought that I was trying to build it out for like the real world. And I was really struggling to figure out how to bring some of these pieces to life and start sharing them with the world. It just wasn't quite working out the way I thought it was. And then I finally realized that like streaming, both I had the skill set to potentially be able to do it and do it decently, but then also that like I started realizing maybe putting myself on a stream schedule would be the perfect like motivator or like impetus to like keep me creating and consistently and like start putting stuff out there, So similar to like you're saying, like it would force you to play video games that you were kind of always like, I'll get around to it one day. But then it's like if you have like a stream, like a regular stream, then you start, it gives you a deadline in some sense, right? Of like, okay, like I'm gonna play this, I'm gonna do this, right? Like I'm gonna create weekly. So even if for some reason the rest of the time off stream, I ended up being busy or exhausted or whatever like that, then at least like twice a week for the housing streams, I'd be creating and it'd be consistent, And I think that so much of doing creative work is just about that consistency. It's just about consistently putting stuff out there, creating, and like that's really how you get better. Is in some sense giving yourself a deadline, even if it's fake, like it's fabricated. But like you have people who are looking forward to what you're putting out and like looking forward to you creating more stuff, and you don't want to let them down. Like I certainly don't want to let any of you guys down. And so I know that definitely keeps me on my toes and like trying to think of like new things to do, new content to create, new things to bring to like prominence to like make it more interesting. So yeah. And like, yeah, like it's not that I didn't, I know what you mean where you're like, I didn't even watch streaming much before starting, but I think, yeah, for me, it was like I didn't really watch much streaming until the latter bit of 2021. And I kind of got more into like the VTuber scene through some friends. And I started kind of exploring the VTuber side of stuff You know, Holo Live especially, and like with the debut of like I kind of got into Holo Live around when Council debuted. If anybody follows Holo Live, then Holo Council when they debuted is like about when I was kind of like looking into it, and I think like watching those streams, and then I'll be honest, like even watching things like some of, you know, the like Asmongold, Rich Campbell, and some of those people jumping into 14 and streaming that, and then, you know, watching some 14 streamers do their thing as well, like Zepla or something. And yeah, I think like a lot of that kind of warmed me more and more up to this like idea of like, oh, all right, like maybe the other streams that I had seen in the past just kind of wasn't my thing or something. But then now I started finding like, yeah, I see what they're doing and like I'm into it. It's kind of nice to be able to put on a stream. Oh my gosh, I can't even believe I forgot about this. HGXIV. HGXIV and their housing streams. I got into that because I was getting into housing. Oh my gosh, I can't even believe I didn't think about that. But yes, I think before even the VTuber stuff and all that, during the pandemic, you know, I mean, during the height of the pandemic, I was getting into housing in 14. And a lot of times it was just sitting all night on my computer, designing and learning housing. And I would put on HGXIV's stream VODs and be designing and listening to their things and like picking up on little bits of info. And then seeing that happen warmed me up a lot, I think, to the idea of streams and kind of that idea. And then especially like with HoloLive and seeing the VTuber stuff happening, it was like, oh, whoa. They have all their own custom overlays and all these custom graphics and stuff. And then to me, that was like an aha moment of like, wait, I'm a graphic designer. I can do this. Like I can make my own overlays. I can make my own, you know, like, you know, emotes and all that stuff. I don't know exactly how to do all of that, you know, one for one, but like, I think I can figure it out. And here I am. And yeah, I do all my own stunts, so to say. Made all my own overlays here and all the flyers and graphics and stuff, and then all my emotes. And damn, yeah, there you go. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It's so interesting. This whole thing is like, it's blowing open so many doors, you know, for a lot of people. That's how it felt when you came to your VTuber, since I think a big part of it is drawing your own textures, so I get 100%. Yeah. So you did VRoid. And I'll be honest, I did experiment with like the idea of using a VTuber when I was, you know, starting out, but my computer just literally could not handle this. And I wasn't sure that I could come up with a model that I stood by at the moment. So I just wanted to start as is. There's a chance that I would have a VTuber avatar debut at some point. But right now, as it currently stands, my computer and setup cannot handle it, even if I wanted to. Even adding a PNG tuber would be a lot, I think. But I love the idea of the creativity that you can get with VTubering and like creating your own model. And especially like, I mean, Nimbus sounds like you're a very crafty person, you know, who likes, I mean, I see it. I relate to that so much, right? Like, you want to build it yourself, and you want to like detail it and craft it exactly the way that you want it to be. And I definitely feel that, and I definitely resonate with that, because that's exactly how I am too. Like, you know, the idea of I'm not like, you know, like I'm not going to use something off the shelf, right? Like I'm going to like tailor it to my thing and like, you know, change the hair and change the texture on the clothing or the fit on the jacket or something like that. So it's exactly how I want it. And you can do all that, which is crazy, yeah, so. And yeah, PNG tubers, they're not too intensive. I might be able to do a PNG. I think I could do a PNG tuber with this housing stream potentially, because I'm not like there is a bit of wiggle room here on the housing stream, but with the DJ stream, my activity monitor is literally telling me I'm at like less than 1% CPU availability most of the time. So potentially though, for like the housing stream here though, I could maybe do it. I've thought about it, but I also thought it was a bit distracting. I don't know. I think it helps that at least for 14, I have my character, right? Like in the game, so that when I'm talking and like running around, like you are actually seeing quote unquote me walk around, and like you could think like maybe my character has lavalier mic attached to them or something, right? Like your brain could kind of run with that idea of like, I am still talking to you and you're seeing me, you're seeing a camera of me doing stuff. But then I could totally see how like, if I was to play Cult of the Lamb like you're doing, or, you know, other video games where you literally probably wouldn't see me per se, then it'd be nice to have something like a PNG tuber so it still has a bit of that personal touch where you're kind of talking to people. So, yeah. Right. The PNG tuber doesn't need a webcam. So it's like, it's very much just, is there sound coming out of a certain source? And if the source is active, set PNG to this mode, or set PNG to this PNG versus a different one. Is Nimbus for PNG tubering, is VietoTube still the go-to one? I remember looking it up, and I think VietoTube was the way that it seemed like the most flexible and the most user-friendly one. So what's Sakiko? Sakiko saying, I have a hard time making something. You have a hard time being creative and making something your own, like coloring a pre-drawn picture or taking something already made and then making it my own. I can do that. But trying to create something out of nothing, I get too overwhelmed to get anything created. Brain shorts out. Yeah, well, you know, Sakiko, I definitely think that it might be a bit of just like figuring a different way to approach it or something. And what I mean right by that is like, I think sometimes, especially if you're not used to doing creative work, like if you haven't maybe done a lot of it in the past, then to get started, it really is important to be kind to yourself, like be very kind to yourself. And for one, don't judge yourself against all of the top creators. I know that's really, really hard to do because the internet feeds you like beautiful artwork and stuff of people who have, you know, done this a lot. But like, it's really important to remember that like a lot of people that you see on the internet putting art out, they only put art out after they've done it for like 1,000 hours. And probably for many people, you're seeing the results of them having done it for 10,000 hours, to be honest. So it's like hard to, like, it is hard to tell yourself and like not compare yourself like where you are to where they are. But I think that a really good exercise is just do small little bits, right? So don't try to like draw a whole person, right? Like, for example, if you're trying to learn how to draw anime or something like that, like, just draw an eyeball, you know, like 10, 15, 20, 40 times or whatever. But like, don't be so concerned about necessarily doing the whole thing. Or do a bunch of really quick sketches and make them really chicken scratchy, right? Like, don't try to freehand draw the perfect outline of a face, right? Make them really chicken scratchy, but then just do like a shitload of them. And like each time get a little bit more precise, a little bit better. And then like, because if you're intentionally going in and you're saying like, this is kind of just like me tossing out ideas and chicken scratching even, then you're not putting the pressure on yourself to say that this needs to be amazing, right? Like, and I think that's also how I'd recommend people even start housing, right? It's like, don't like if I was to say like, if you're gonna build this kitchen or something like that, like don't necessarily build a whole house, just build a kitchen. And even if you're building a kitchen, start by, one, getting ideas from the internet and seeing how other people do it. And then, like, I wouldn't publish that work as your own, of course, but, like, I think copying to initially to see how people did it is fine. But then, like, just be like, how do I make just the table? How do I just make some shelving? You know? And then just do a bunch of iterations on it really fast. And don't worry about whether it's good or not. Like, don't put the, like, you don't have to show anybody. Just build some cabinets. They're probably not going to be very good, and that's totally fine. Rip them down, build them again. They'll probably be a little bit better. Rip it down, build it again. It'll probably be a little bit better, right? Then rip the whole thing down and just build something different, and then come back to it. And, like, if you just keep doing this a bunch of times, you'll start to find what doesn't work for you, right? I like to use the term of, like, again, I don't know if there's necessarily factual truth to this, but, like, there's the story of, like, that like Thomas Edison failed 1,000 times at making the light bulb, right? But it doesn't matter that he failed 1,000 times. It matters that he kept going through, because all anybody cares about is that eventually it worked, right? In the end game, right? I mean, in the long run, it just matters that you pushed through all those failures and kept going. Because if you just stop at number 888, well, yeah, that's it, right? I mean, you're done. But you gotta just, like, keep failing in some sense, but not saying that you failing trying something is that you're a failure, right? Important distinction. You are not a failure. Just that idea didn't work out the way that you want it to, but you now know one way not to make a light bulb, right? And that's like a lot of housing. The reason that, like, when you see me on stream sometimes and I'm like, we're gonna make this, and I call up the item instantly and I'm like, oh, we can use this, and it works right away, I would say 95+% of the time it's because I've already tried 50 other ways to do this somewhere off stream, and I know that they don't work. So you got to remember too that, like, a lot of this stuff, even when I'm making a new concept, a whole bunch of this is I've tried so many combinations, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of combinations of so many of these items, that I already know in my brain a lot of what won't work, because I've already failed at making a light bulb, 900 times. So I'm, like, getting close, though, to the point where I'm, like, getting near to figuring out the light bulb sort of thing, right? And yeah, Amphi's, like, totally right. Blank canvas is always the hardest to face, right? Like, which is, like, another good way to frame this is use a prompt, or have someone give you a prompt. Because, like, I think if you just say, I have a blank canvas, and you say, go paint something, it's like, what do I do? I don't even know where to begin, right? But if you have someone give you a prompt and they're like, paint me a vase of flowers, or something, or, like, paint me I don't know, try to paint the fat cat, right? Or in the case of, like, housing, you ask your friend to be like, hey, can I have a crack at building, at designing an apartment for you, or, like, something? And someone's like, okay, cool. Like, I want an Eastern bar, and I want it to have bar seating, and I want it to have 4 sets of tables. And that limitation and that structure to get you started will, like, really be helpful, It'll be like, oh, okay, well, instantly, most of the items in the game won't work for an Eastern bar that I need to build in an apartment. That, like, already narrows it down immensely. So, that's, like, another way to look at it. Karis, your housing is your apartment with plushies thrown on the floor. Nothing wrong with that, too. The other thing, too, is there's nothing wrong with things being simple. Like, great design or great art doesn't have to be complex. It can be, but there is actually quite a lot to be said about just being able to evoke emotion. And sometimes plushies thrown on the floor is the vibe, right? And sometimes you gotta just like tell yourself, that's fine. There's nothing complex about it. There's nothing maybe like at surface level complex about this. But if the feeling is slumber party, for example, it should feel messy, and it should just feel like a bunch of sleeping bags and plushies thrown on the floor. It doesn't need to be complex. In fact, if it was complex, it wouldn't feel right, So, yeah. Nimbus saying sucking at something is the first step to being sorta good at that thing. And that's totally true, yeah. So, like, the thing is, it's just like you gotta suck a little less, right, each time. That's the point, is like 1% better every day, per se, right? And again, it's like, sometimes it won't, I heard this on, what was the podcast? Was it the creative podcast? Ash Thorpe's one? Shit, I'm blanking where I heard this, but I remember they were talking about making art, and they had a really good way of phrasing it too. They said that a lot of when you're an artist, a big thing that you that is really hard to push through is the initial stages, but I'm sorry, wait, let me restart that. A lot of learning a new skill is failing at it over a long period of time consistently, and then having a breakthrough moment where a bunch of stuff all clicks into place, and a bunch of the stuff that you thought was failure actually suddenly kicks into place. And once you understand how it's supposed to slot in the grand scheme of things, you'll realize that a bunch of those things that you thought were quote-unquote failures are actually just pieces that you didn't know what to do with at the time, right? And I think that's super true for a lot of art, is you'll be like fumbling with like, why does this like not work? Like this eyeball just doesn't look right, But it's because you're missing some little thing, and then someone is going to give you the key to that at some point. And it might come from a totally random source, but someone's going to just say something, and it's just going to click, and you're going to be like, oh, okay. And then a bunch of those things that you thought, I don't really see, like, I don't think this really works, all of a sudden you're going to realize that it wasn't that you were wrong, or it wasn't that you were necessarily, failing at it. You just didn't understand how this piece fits into the grander scheme of the puzzle, But then suddenly a whole bunch of pieces are all going to like suddenly fall into place. And like, I think that so many people though don't keep going with their creative stuff. They never get to that point. And so all they see is, I have a bunch of these things and I don't know how to do anything with them. And it's like, you gotta just keep pushing and trust, as cliche as it sounds, trust the process, I guess, but like trust that if you keep going with it, if you keep trying, it's gonna start clicking. And when it starts clicking, a lot of times it'll start clicking really fast and it'll start ramping up, And yeah, Nimbus, totally get it. Love, like, there is a sort of, not comfort, but like, I definitely think failing at stuff, it's something that as you do more and more art, you learn to love it in a way where it's like failing forward, right? Like you want to fail forward. And what I mean by that is you fail, but you understand it's just that. It's just like, I tried something, it didn't work. But that, again, it's the light bulb thing. Now you know one way, in your case, like the Peaches sleeves, right? It's like, if you're making cosplay and stuff, then you now know one way to not make those sleeves. This doesn't work. And now you don't even have to make that mistake again, right? And so in that way, you are failing forward, right? Which is great. I think and eventually you'll get it right. And it'll get a little better each time until it works, and then you have a beautiful Peach cosplay like you do. Is this helping at all, Sakiko? I don't know. Firing. I know I'm like rapid firing like a lot of ideas and stuff right now. I don't know. Do you guys enjoy this? Are you guys liking this kind of like the just chatting? We're just like talking design and art and stuff. I know the chat's been a little quiet for the last couple minutes. I'm not sure if I've been rambling too much. Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad. Just enjoying listening. Just failing all your loot rolls in game. No. Sorry to hear that, Ampy. But yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad people like this. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'm just not sure. I guess like another like little moment of reflection as a streamer, or like to tell you as the audience who maybe don't stream, but like when streaming, I do feel like understandably, like completely understandably, a lot of people put on streams in the background as they're doing other things, which is like, I mean, I totally encourage that, like, you know, build along with me when I'm building here in 14, or, you know, do whatever. I mean, go play games and stuff, other games, and then just listen in for the vibe and just like maybe getting little snippets of inspiration. But then just like on the streamer side of it, I know Nimbus, maybe you can see, tell me if you relate to this too, but like, I know that sometimes I'll fire out like questions, or just if I'll either fire out questions and I don't really hear a response, or I will just have been talking for a little while and kind of like stating some questions or like talking about some things that could be interacted with, but like nobody's really saying anything. And so then sometimes I wonder, like, am I don't know, it's a self-doubt thing, right? But you start kind of thinking like, is anyone pay attention, or like, does anyone, like, is this boring, or like, is that, you know, do I need to try to maybe talk in a different way that would be more engaging, where people would want to talk more or something like that? So I know a lot of people have told me that, especially like on these housing streams and stuff, that the whole thing is that you like, it's funny because like I feel this too. I would put on HDXIV's housing streams in the background while I did work, you know, and that's the whole vibe. Is like it's a little bit, it's chilled enough where it doesn't command your attention, and that's kind of the point, right? It's that I don't have to focus 100% on this to enjoy the stream. But just, I know that it's hard sometimes in my own brain to get past the idea of like, I'm like, as effectively I'm a performer right now, right? Whenever you're streaming, you're performing in a way. And when I can't see any of you, right? So like, if you have no audience reaction, you have nothing to gauge what you're doing on. So like, I know that sometimes it does feel a little bit like I'm gonna fire a bunch of this stuff out into the dark, and I just kind of hope someone's listening and cares. You know what I mean? So to say though, that's no obligation for any of you guys to have to chat or anything, but just like a little look inside like my mind sometimes is kind of like this, like I'm sometimes a little unsure. So, you know, sometimes if it's been a little while since I've said it, since anyone's said anything, or if you're even just enjoying some of the topics or something like that, like just if you guys could, you know, fire out like a little something to let me know that like, yeah, like I'm liking this, or like, you know, if you want more of this, or you know, that kind of stuff. Just because otherwise I just have no idea, you know, like maybe people want a different topic, and I'm open to that. I'm very flexible in terms of topics and what we talk about and stuff. But I'm never quite sure sometimes. I think Nimbus, you can relate, right? Do you feel that too? You're in P4 at the moment. No worries, Sugiko. Yeah, I totally get it. Like I said, I totally get that. Like, first of all, I think a lot of lurkers are the backbones of all streams and stuff. So like, totally get. Like a lot of times, like the point of streams is that it's very casual and you can just pop in and out and like do other things while you're listening in on a stream. So 100% I get it. You know, so. So yeah, no, don't ever feel bad about, you know, like popping in the stream and then like doing raiding or doing your own housing stuff. So like I appreciate I guess what I'm saying is I really appreciate when I do get the chat interaction, even if it is just you guys like just saying or letting me know that like, oh, this is in fact interesting or that you're enjoying it, but just maybe not saying anything. That's also why I ask. I wouldn't say fairly frequently, but I do this during Prominence and I do this during housing streams, right? Where I'll just be like, yo, how's everyone doing? You guys still with me? And a lot of that is just kind of like, hey, like, just kind of want to make sure that like I'm on the right track, you know? Because otherwise, again, as a performer, that's not like in real life on a stage. Like if this was like a comedy show, right? And I was in this on a stage, I mean, I would have live feedback. I'd see people's faces. I would understand, like, is this joke landing or like, is this topic interesting people? And so it's very interesting then being a streamer where I can't see anybody. And, you know, like sometimes you'll be saying a joke or talking about a topic that, you know, you get really into or really passionate about. And then it's just silence after. And then you kind of wonder, oh man, were people into that? Like, were they just attentively listening? Or were they just like, dude, you're like fucking going off the rails right now and I just can't, or something, you know? Yeah. Amphi, a lot of stream watchers are super introverts too. I don't normally talk in streams. Yeah, I totally get that too, right? And that's, I know, I fully appreciate that like, that's why I say too, it's never an obligation to talk, and I'm always happy to say hi to people. You know, if there's anyone new out there, you know, feel free to say hi. I'd love to say hello back, and you know, but there's no obligation. I definitely only participate if you're comfortable doing so. So yeah. Teague, you personally enjoyed the patented Noah vibe. I appreciate that. I'm glad you do. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have heard from a number of you that you enjoy just like the general vibe of, I guess, both streams. Like, I mean, Prominence also has its own very different kind of vibe. And I'm glad, you know? So as long as you all are enjoying it, you know? And sometimes just, again, as the content creator and as the performer, it's just nice to admittedly hear some validation or something, just to understand that you're on the right track. Because basically every time I'm on stream, I'm improvising, right? Like, I don't script any of this stuff. And so, yeah, it's always a little bit of a, like, I don't really know how this is gonna go. So, it's very impromptu. If anybody wants to get better, by the way, too, at like public speaking or, I guess like conversation, streaming is a good way to do that, I would say. You know, don't try to overload yourself with it, but like, because effectively as a streamer, you're improving every single time you're doing it, but it's like a pretty low stakes improv, you know, because like you can talk about the game. You can talk about what's going on, you know, you just talk off the chat, and they don't, you know, you can always take breaks, and there's no one who's like, generally speaking, there's no one paying money, so it's not like if you don't land your jokes, people are going to throw stuff at you or something. But yeah, it's a really good exercise in public speaking in a way. And you're most welcome, Sukiko. I'm glad if it helps. I hope it helps. I hope you keep creating, Tsukiko. And anybody else who's listening and been listening to all the spiel about like art and pushing forward with your art, I really hope that you keep creating. I think that so much of a lot of people's upbringings or society or just like, you know, self-doubt and comparison makes people stop creating and or hesitant to create to try to fuel that creative side of themselves because they get discouraged for various reasons or whatever, you know? And I think that's a real shame because I do feel like I really genuinely believe that anybody can create great art. But it's just a matter of that you have to be willing to try. You know, you have to be willing to create. And it won't always be good. I mean, good is subjective, but like it will not often match up to your taste, certainly, or your vision. But if you keep going at it, you'll start closing that gap. But you have to push past the parts that aren't as exciting and aren't as fun. But that it's really, really rewarding if you do keep pushing. So. Oh, and Prominence and Noah Best 5. I'm glad you think so, Tsukiko. Yeah, It's well, I'm very glad. I'm glad that a lot of you like it. And oh my goodness, wow, we have been going for 4 hours. 4 hours and 15 minutes now. Woo! Marathon stream. Subathon, let's go. You guys want me to keep streaming for 12 hours? We can do it. We can do it. Just smash that like button and oh. Yeah, man. Stretch. Thank you for the stretch, Tsukiko. It's Nimbus. Nimbus says, yeah, plus create stuff for yourself. Trying to please everyone just ends up leaving you upset. 100%. Yes. Yes, I think that's absolutely true. Very, very well said, Nimbus. I think it's very, very important that you first and foremost think about what you want to create and not what you think the world wants you to make. And like, this does bring up like an interesting conundrum in a way where, like, for example, I know I have been feeling this where there is a degree of like, okay, so I think it's also really important to tell yourself in a way, is your art a hobby or is it a profession in a way? And I don't want that to discourage people, but I do think that like there is a little bit of the it's kind of like important to think that because for most people, when you're talking about like housing or something like that, or when you're talking about making art, it is a hobby, you know? And so why does it need to reach X and Y amount of people, right? Like if it's just a hobby, you know, it's not like your life depends on it or something like that, then you really should like latch onto the aspect of that says it doesn't matter if you fail 1,000 times. In fact, I think it should start as a hobby in a way, right? Like, I mean, understandably, I don't think you should expect people to want to pay for your first doodles, you know? And I think that like when you're in that hobby frame, I think it's nice though, because it's liberating in that it's not like someone paid $500 for this, so you have to make it X and Y level of, you know, expertise. It's just create and have fun with it, and create the things that you're interested in to keep you, you know, interested and motivated, and like don't worry about what's on trend or something. If the stuff that you like, let's just say, for example, like modern housing is quite on trend. But like if you're like really into atypical things, you know, like I'm just like really into Moogle builds or something, like just build Moogle builds then. Who cares? right? Like you don't need to follow the trend. It doesn't matter. It's more important that you have fun and try making for yourself. And there is like, I guess the thing I was touching on earlier though, is it does get a little interesting, like for me, where I am trying to kind of I'm trying to make a run at this content creation as a potential like actual career. And like being an artist, you know, as a career. And so there is a level of, I don't want to necessarily be famous. Like that's not my ambition to become famous, but there is a level of wanting to or needing to find a certain level of commercial success in order to just literally pay the bills, like to live, you know, to make this a sustainable practice. And so there is like a level of like for me at least, like I am kind of asking myself, not just purely what I'd like to do, but like, is there a way to funnel both what I'd like to do, but also make it make it something that people actually do want, you know, and want repeatedly and want consistently and stuff, and to not have. But I think it's very important to me, in my work at least, that it is that balance, you know, because I don't want to just be, you know, focusing on trends or phoning it in or just doing whatever gets the most hype or something just for that sake. It has to match up with my tastes and my vision and something that I can stand by and be proud of. And that's been an interesting challenge to try to find that balance where, you know, there is a level of that, like, I want to grow the stream and I want to do that because, like, not, again, to pay the bills, but also because, like, I want to do bigger and grander things. And to some level, that would take more energy and time and focus. But I can't give that kind of time and energy and focus if I can't put more hours into it. The only way to put more hours into it is if I am able to do this, you know, more hours in the day, which would mean not being able to do like a traditional day job for many, many hours. So therefore I need to make enough money so I don't have to do a day job, so that way I can put more hours to make better things on the stream. And like, and create and bring the vision fully to life that I have. And yeah, I don't know, that's been an interesting, you know, spot that I'm at. And I think like Nimbus, maybe you can relate in the sense of like, maybe like when you're creating cosplay, right? There's that level of kind of like, well, like I think you've mentioned before that like maybe, you know, putting out the Patreon and the streams and stuff like that might help you fund being able to do the cosplay. But then like if a little bit of that is helping to fuel the hobby, there is a touch of you needing to think about like, well, what do the people actually want from a Patreon, right? So like, even if maybe you're very like really hyper focused on like, I'm just like really into perfecting these buttons or something like that, but like you do need to maybe take that time to create those photo sets for the Patreon, to put out some extra streams or content that like, you know, your fans will enjoy, even if it's not 100% bang on what you're most excited about at that moment. But you know, finding again that balance where you're like, well, no, it's not that I don't enjoy doing this or that type of thing. But yeah, I guess if you truly ask me like, what is the tippy toppest thing I'd like to be working on at this exact moment, it might not be this, you know. But I think sometimes that's a challenge. But you could see it as a fun puzzle, but like, you know, trying to figure out, yeah, like making stuff that will be marketable, or that people actually can marketable, but like, there is the idea of like people, like sometimes people don't know what they don't know, right? So they don't know that they want this. But the thing is, they won't even know that you exist unless you give them something that gets their foot in the door. Nimbus, I make stickers every month to try just to appease my lackluster photo sets. Aw. First of all, I'm sure your photo sets are not lackluster, which, by the way, I'd love to see some of your photo sets. Maybe I can message you something later and we can talk a bit more. I'd love to just see some of your other stuff. And we need to talk about Patreon and blah, blah, blah. I know we've talked about chatting about that kind of stuff. But like, yeah, you know, like, I think like something that's like really interesting, right, is this idea of that like I know, so like I definitely feel this, and I wonder if a lot of you out there might feel this too, but like I know that like I have a very specific vision for my whole artistic vision here and my art and style. But part of that is that a lot of what I'm going for is stuff that like I'm not seeing other people doing in the way that I would like it to be done. And what I mean by that is like, I look at like Pinterest or something, right? And I look at like, you know, modern housing or apartments or whatever, like just concept art and stuff. And sometimes as I'm looking at these things, I see the trends of like what's trending. And for example, Pinterest homes, I feel like often to me ended up being really sterile looking. They look really beautiful in the photos, but they're really like I look at them and I'm like, I wouldn't want to live there though. It just looks really nice in the photo, but it doesn't look cozy or something, or it's missing this or that. And so then I start thinking, well, what would I like to see differently that would be better, in my opinion? And instead of just complaining about it and saying like, why is all this stuff so boring and sterile? Okay, well, if I'm not seeing anyone else putting it out there, then who better to show people what I think would be the better way than to make it myself, right? So similar to like why, I mean, initially I didn't think I was going to necessarily make my own nightclub or something in 14, but I think it started becoming more and more like, I have all these ideas and I think it could be really interesting and bring something new to the table. And why wait for someone else to somehow like figure those out or make that happen when I think I have something interesting that people don't know that they want yet. So I'm gonna just make the vision come true and just like make it and show people what my vision is for this. But then you run into this problem where, okay, yeah, that's cool, but like, let's just say my you know, like my thing was something, I'm just gonna put a name to it but like, let's just say, oh, I think people would really love like hyper industrial Moogle builds. And I don't think, but like nobody's doing that. The problem with that is, yes, that's awesome, but also nobody's searching for that because they don't know that they want that. So you're very not discoverable, right? Like you might be putting out the most incredible hyper industrial Moogle builds, and yet nobody will see them because nobody's looking for that, even if they would love it if they found it. But then you run into that issue where you do need to kind of put out some other content or streams that people are searching for so that they find you. And then once they find you, then you can be like, by the way, I have this cool thing that I'm working on. It's this hyper industrial Moogle build. I think you'd be really into it. And people are like, oh shit, like, yeah, I'm into that. But then like, if people don't have a way to find you though for something they're actually searching for, then you're kind of stuck, right? Or, you know, in terms of wanting to grow an audience, like for example, like I want to grow my audience and I want to, you know, do some bigger, more ambitious things and stuff more and more. And so some level of that is trying to reach people. And some of that means compromising, just going full in on my niche vision on something to also include some things that are a little bit like, here's kind of like what you will find me through, and then let me also show you what you didn't know you wanted. But you'll come to love, but you didn't know initially, right? See, Pinterest staging and HGTV are designed for camera crews and lighting. They're good pictures, but not good homes. Exactly, Nimbus, yeah. So much of the concepts and Pinterest things and stuff, you know, it's meant to showcase a concept, right? Or it's meant to showcase, you know, I mean, the make this particular couch or whatever like really highlighted and really pop, and or just be really striking and stuff, you know? Get the clicks. It gets the clicks to your website, so to say, right? It's the big splashy hero image. But that is, as you're saying, yeah, they're not meant to be spaces to be lived in. But then often, sometimes it's very hard to capture the feeling, right? That coziness. And that's something that I'm very, like, a lot of like what I'm doing in 14 in housing is stuff like it doesn't photograph very well, you know, which makes it hard to market some of the things that I do, because like it's hard to show that because it gets so overshadowed by stuff that markets very well. It's very photographable, photogenic, right? But like actually being in the space, actually being, you know, on that blah 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 in that thing, I don't know, maybe not so much, but boy does it market well. And then like for a bunch of stuff that I do, I feel like it markets okay, but then you really don't feel it until you're there. But if I can't even get you to go like to prominence, if I can't get you to go to some of my builds in person, then you would never have a chance to feel what I'm trying to convey. And, you know, that's also a loss in a way. So, Teague's saying, what, there's a show I've been watching with my grandma called Ugliest House in America, and it's everything. So much charm. I like it. So the idea of that show is to show off houses that are not quote unquote traditionally photographic or something, you know, photogenic, but that have just like a ton of character and like life to them, a story to them, you know? I'm guessing, is that what you're saying? I've never heard of that show, Ugliest House in America. But yeah, that sounds interesting. Yeah, wow. It's like, yeah. It's a whole can of worms here, you know? I think a lot about this stuff. I think some of you guys who have talked to me outside of the streams and stuff know that I arguably agonize about some of these topics in my brain back and forth a lot, you know? Because I know for me it's so important that I don't end up losing my artistic vision or my, you know, the quality of work, you know, the quality of craftsmanship and the quality of artistry that I want to put out there in the world. But I think there needs to be a balance where sometimes compromises do have to be made, and sometimes you know, again, to get the word out there, you need to do a few things that maybe don't super jive with exactly your perfect ideal way it would go. But yeah, you know, I could put together the most incredible show that I could possibly come up with, but yet if I then put it out there to nobody would see it, and it wouldn't matter. Or it's not that it wouldn't matter. That's the thing, right? It's like sometimes depends on what you're going for. Sometimes just making the art is for you, and it's fine that nobody sees it and nobody interacts with it because it's not for them. You made it for you. You made it to put your emotions down on a page somewhere and put it out to the world. Or put it out of your body onto the page. And in that way, it is very healing for you, right? Or it's very, you know, it's helping you process through your thoughts, through your creativity, through your emotions. And in which case it doesn't matter that nobody sees it. In fact, maybe that's the point. I know people talk about like writing letters to themselves, right? Or writing letters to people that you will never send. But that's not the point. The point is you're taking what you're holding in your head and externalizing it somewhere. so that it doesn't have to just only live in your brain, bouncing around in there and causing chaos and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot that goes into all that kind of stuff. Yeah. We wrote, Hiko saying, I wrote down song lyrics to songs that I liked and drew a picture in the middle of it so the words kind of move around on the page. Made it really pretty. Helped me through some dark times. Yeah. Oh yeah. I could totally see that working. I've never personally done that myself, but like that sounds really cool for one. But I could see how that's very much like an exercise that you could publish that, you could put it out to the world, but first and foremost, that was your way to like externalize some feelings, right? And process through stuff, right? It's not really for the world to see. It's really first and foremost for you. And I think there's a real beauty in that too, right? So, certainly there's something to be said greatly about that. And the algorithms on Twitter change so often, it's hard to pinpoint what will gain traction. Oh, yeah, Teague. Let me tell you. I mean, yeah, it's very tricky, and it's so tempting. Like I'm not saying everybody's tempted by this necessarily, but like for me, I often do find myself tempted or struggling with like, do I put out some tweets or some, content or something like that I know will do well. It will do well numbers wise, but it's not necessarily the thing that I'm like super into or that I really want to become known for. But that like, it will be fun. It'll be fun, but it just like, yeah, it will do well with the algorithm and it will be really fun and it might be really good and a lot of people will engage with it. But then, is there going to be a cost to doing that too much, right? Where people start to try to like, become known for like being just like memes or something. And what if your audience is all rallying around you, putting out all these funny memes, but then like, I'm like, hey, by the way, guys, I'm not really like trying to become a meme guy. And they're like, well, that's not really why I'm here then, and then you'd lose a lot of that. Or is there a balance where it's like, well, the memes are the way in the door, but then, hey, by the way, I also do this other cool shit, Yeah, can you guys tell I think about this a lot? I think about this a lot. It's a whole mental puzzle, So glad you're not the only one, right? Big relatable, Nimbus. Yeah. Nimbus, yeah, we gotta talk. I do feel like you and I have a lot we could probably talk back and forth on for quite a bit of time with art and craftsmanship and like being content creators and like just it's a lot. It's a lot to think about. And there's a lot of thought and consideration that happens behind the scenes, like the stuff that it's nobody sees and they're not meant to see. But that it's so important that you think through some of this stuff to get it right, to really be able to put your best foot forward or put the foot forward that you actually want, and that's sometimes kind of difficult to figure out how to take what you want to put out there and actually make it land in the way that you want it to land, right? So I know that was a huge thing for prominence, right? The new changes that we just made, like a huge amount of time was spent talking through with various people this is what I'm trying to achieve, and will these things that we're about to do actually land and achieve those goals? Or would they be introducing things that will take it in some other way, you know? And filtering a lot of that. So, let's see, Hiko's saying, I think that lots of people have these thoughts. It just doesn't... Sorry, let me start reading that again. Sakiko is saying, I think a lot of people have these thoughts, it just doesn't get discussed very often, which is sad, because these things could help so many people on their path in life. Totally agree. 100%, just like Nimbus saying, yeah. You struggle really bad with social anxiety, internet social anxiety. Strangely enough, not IRL. And I'm constantly second guessing myself. Yo, Nimbus, that's super relatable. Cause I have the same thing. Like, in person, IRL, I'm very personable. Sorry, I'm not saying I'm not personable on stream per se, but like, I'm very... Like, I have no problem meeting strangers. And like, I'll like, you know, I'm not hiding my face in person, and I'm like, I just like meet random strangers at a bar, we'll chat it up. Hell, you know, sometimes we even go bar hopping with random people instead that we meet with like friends and stuff. Like, I've done some traveling around the world. I've met I've just like gone to clubs or bars and met strangers that night and partied the rest of the night with them, you know? Gone to after parties with people and stuff. Like, it's so like fine. Like, I don't have any problem with that. You know, and it feels pretty natural. And then I definitely feel like, though, there is an interesting anxiety or like stranger danger and like hesitance or caution when it comes to like internet and social stuff. And it's just kind of like, it's interesting that you know, like arguably I'm safer behind the computer, right? Like, arguably I am bearing much more of myself and vulnerability in person, having a drink at some bar with this random person I just met. Whoa, I'm so sorry if that was really loud. There was a bug that was like right in front of my face, and I tried to slap it, and I missed. Yeah, you know, it's so interesting that wait, one sec. Someone's messaging me. But yeah, yeah, it's really I completely lost my train of thought. Yeah. No, but like the idea, yeah, it is really interesting how I'm arguably safer here behind the screen, and yet I feel so much more hesitant to share stuff. Which, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I was raised where everyone's like, dude, don't share anything on the internet. Well, it's weird because it's like you get told like stranger danger on the internet, and then yet all of us, I think like the vast majority of us all plastered a shitload of like photos and like our information on Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff. MySpace back in the day. Like, it was nothing, you know? And then it's like, what? You know, like, and now like so many of us are in all these discords and like nightlife and stuff, and like nobody like is hesitant to show their face, or hesitant to say what their real name is, or like where they're from, these kinds of things, right? And yet like so many of us like are like, would be on Facebook and it's just like, yeah, I went to blah 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 high school from blah 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 area, which would tell you exactly like where I am and like who I am, and you know, yeah, I don't know, Nimbus, like when I was explaining that thing earlier, was that what you were talking about too, where like, you know, on a night out with friends, you're just like, so like, whatever, you know, like, I'm cool, like, I'll meet anybody. But then like, there's like so much like on the internet, like, oh, like, what if I put this out, will people judge me? Like, if I say that, will people judge me wrong? Or like, what can how much do I want to show of myself to the world? Like, okay, I'm not going to answer that question because I need to hold back, blah, blah, blah. if I had someone leading the way, then I'd join it. Oh. And, yeah, you love meeting new people, but if you want me in a chat room, I will never say anything. Right. But, like, I bet if you were at, like, a group table or something at an outing, you'd be fine, right? Like, you'd just be talking. Maybe because you don't get the instant feedback from people's reactions and you're not able to feel the room at all. That's very true, Sukiko. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of that where you're like, I'm not... This is what I was talking about earlier, too, right? Where you're like, sometimes, you know, I'll fire out a joke or, like, fire out, like, a question or, like, be, you know, rambling about some kind of art thing or maybe even, like, a throwback, you know, referencing a movie or something. And if there's no reaction, you're kind of like, people not like it? Like, do they not get it? Or, like, do they not hear it? Or do they not like it? Or, I don't know. And, like, and it is true that, like, sometimes, like, there's the idea of you meet people in person and you can feel their vibe, quote unquote, you know? And you're kind of like, oh, like, I don't really know if I connect with this person, so I'm definitely not gonna, like, I'm definitely wouldn't, like, probably go with them to the second bar. Probably just gonna be like, that's cool, man. Like, I'll see you later. But then sometimes you, like, feel like a group of friends are like, dude, like, I feel like our group of friends and their group of friends, like, super jiving with each other. Like, hell yeah, we'll go to the dance floor together. Heck yeah, you know, we'll go, like, grab another drink or, like, whatever, you know? Like, we should all hang out. Like, oh, we're doing a picnic tomorrow. Cool, I'll go. But then, yeah, it's, but then it's weird because then on the internet, on stream and or even in Discords and stuff too, a lot of times you're really not sure who people are, right? Or like how they're, like, you reading texts, right? You, like, have no context of, like, how they're saying their message. Like, is that snarky? I could read that as snarky, but I could also read it as just them being blunt, right? Or, like, maybe they just talk like that. I don't know, right? It does feel like a totally different set of social skills, Teague. I totally get that, yeah. Oh my gosh. A soundboard for your stream deck to laugh at your own jokes, and that helps? Amazing. So you have filmed in front of a live studio audience laugh track? Nimbus? Some, like, Friends, How I Met Your Mother laugh track? 90s sitcoms. I can see that being fun, though, for sure. Well, let's see. Sukiko says, well, in person, you have the way that they're sitting or slouching. Yeah, exactly. Oh, their body language, right? Yeah, like all of the timing, the pacing, how they're moving, all the little body language things and stuff. Yeah, and a lot of that is you have no context here on the interwebs. Lol. Oh, that's great. It's like randomized. That sometimes it boos. And then you have to play off that. That's fun. I like that. That is, I'm sure that adds a lot of fun energy to the stream. Definitely a stream deck is something I would like to experiment with more. I have a touch portal that I'm using to do something. So, like, I mean, when you guys have seen me change, like, the lighting like that on screen, I'm using touch portal. But I would love to actually get a stream deck, because there's definitely something about actually having the physical buttons that's really nice. But it's a nice to have, not a need to have, since I have touch portal, and since I feel like the biggest thing right now is saving up money so I can get an actual streaming computer to do all the other cool stuff that I want to do with the overlays and animations and videos and blah blah blah. Got one for you, Beating. It's been handy. Ooh, yeah. I know it goes on sale sometimes, and I've definitely I feel like I definitely need to be more on top of watching when it goes on sale. Because I remember it was on sale for like, I think it's normally like over 100, but I think it was on like sale for like 90, 95 or something at some point with a coupon. Which Stream Deck do you have? Is it probably like the Mark II, the 15 key one, I'm guessing? I think that's the standard one. 15 key Elgato Stream Deck. The mini. Oh, okay. Is this 6 keys? 6 keys? It's so nice though having actual buttons. It really does help quite a lot. Yeah, I wouldn't have one if it wasn't gifted. Yeah, I think Stream Deck is very much, well, okay, I should say Stream Deck is a very not a nice to have, not need to have, unless you start getting really fancy with your stream. In which case, I do feel like having a way to control some of the fancier things people do, it's really, really nice to have the actual buttons. And yeah, you can tab between pages and stuff, for sure, yeah. It's very flexible, and you can literally program it to do so many things. Macros and change lights, change lighting, change setups, add sound effects, toggle settings, toggle scenes. Pretty cool. I think I would eventually try to get the 15 one maybe. Cause like, man, my brain has gone absolutely insane with like ideas for what I want to do with the setup for my stream. Just like with overlays and transitions and fun things for like a live show, you know, things I do with like if I have a webcam or even a VTuber model or something, PNG tuber, you know, sound effects, added interactions with the stream. Like, oh, this is the thing that now that I've started exploring like streaming, it's so exciting, the possibilities with this. Like there's so many things I want to try that I think would be really fun and interesting to do. But so much of it at the moment is very limited in that I cannot add some of this stuff to my setup even if I wanted to, because it would crash everything. So yeah, first things first, save up, get an actual stream rig. Like to design your own buttons for it, and you could eat them like candy you would. Do you design them like candy? Like, do you make them look very like cupcakes or something? Is that what you mean? Although I totally know what you mean. I think definitely I look forward to being able to, well, actually, I could already do it on my touch portal. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but definitely designing your own buttons. That's the cool thing about your stream, right? Is like, it's literally as customized as you want it, you know? Like, down to the buttons, down to the emotes, down to the everything, right? I mean, you can customize everything and it's all to your vision. And I get such a kick and so I get so nerdy about like how I want everything to look. You know, I want the buttons to look just like this on my stream, and I want the way the lighting is on this to look like this, and I want the way this animates in to be really smooth. Like, I spent a bunch of time figuring out, like, here when I show you guys the little, the reference image, like, I just spent a bunch of time, like, fiddling around with, like, how this would animate in, and I wanted it to slide in like it's a panel from the side, and then slide back out. It's, like, such a subtle, nerdy design thing, but, I mean, I don't know, I get a real kick out of that kind of stuff. Being a graphic designer and everything, like, and just, making, you know, making things feel all bespoke and like custom like that. This is the user experience, user interface, nerdy designer within me coming out, you know? Thank you for the hydrates, Kiko. It's a good reminder. My throat is getting rather dry. And oh my goodness, I probably should go off soon here and go eat. Oh my gosh, it's 9 already? Streaming for 5 hours. Woo, marathon. Oh. Good stuff. Oh my goodness. We talked about so many fun things today. And actually I think we did some pretty great building here too. But like, I feel like this apartment thing is really coming along quite nicely. My little tiny home micro apartment. I definitely look forward to us being able to work on it more on Monday. And yeah, Tsukiko, right? Even like between streaming and then all the calls and stuff with prominent staff and stuff when we've been talking, and like when we were talking too with macros, it's been a lot of nonstop talking for the last like several days in a way. But man, so much good stuff has happened lately. I love it. It's been really good. Let me turn this thing off. Boop. Get the there you go. More natural lighting. But yeah, I think I am going to call the stream here for now. As I said, I've been streaming for 5 hours now, so I'm gonna give my voice a break and go grab some food. But for anybody who is interested, again, my nightclub, Prominence, will be having its garden party this coming Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. PST. And again, let me really quickly, just in case anyone is interested, here's the ad for that. If you want to screenshot this, and I'll put the address here right below it. So if anybody wants to come check out the nightclub, I will be DJing there this coming Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. PST. It'll be melodic deep house music, so it's very beautiful, pretty uplifting, sunset with a beer, chilling to like house beats kind of vibe. It'll be a great time. It's sort of like a lot of people's weekly reset, I think, or weekend reset. And yeah, would love to have anybody who's interested come check that out. And even if you don't have a character on the North America Data Centers right now, the club is in Lavender Bed, so you can literally make a character and just run over to the club. So no problem if you need to make an alt or something. But yeah, would love to have you guys. That'll be the next time I'm streaming, and the next time I'll be streaming housing is next Monday from 4 to 6 p.m. PST. If you would like to stay up to date with all of my streams and even come talk with a lot of the people from this stream about design, about housing, share your designs even, and just generally connect in with my stream community. The best way would be joining my Discord. There is the link in the Twitch chat. Would love to have you come in there and hang out and get linked in with all the events. But yeah, in case this is a goodbye for now, drop me a follow if you haven't already. And I will see hopefully many of you this coming Sunday. But for now, have a great rest of your evening, wherever that takes you. Good evening and good night, everybody. Thank you for coming. Oh man, I just realized I have been talking all the way till it's time for Ichi to open. So Ichi Nightclub, the other nightclub that I built for Roth, is actually open right now. So I think I'm gonna just raid whoever's left here over onto Ichi. And it'll be a great chance to see a club that I built if you're interested at all in that. So for anybody who is still here in the stream, I'm gonna raid us over to Rothcast, who's playing at Ichi. And just be aware, it's a nightclub, so turn your volume down a little bit if you did happen to turn it up for this chill stream, because it's definitely gonna be some dance music, I think, going on there. So yeah, letting you know, raiding on over to Ichi and Roth. Have fun over there, everybody. Or have fun wherever the night takes you.